You're live.
I'm live. Okay, great. Okay. Welcome to the Hello Neighbor show for today, Wednesday, the 13th of the 13th of um May 2025. How you doing? Great to have you all tuned into the show tonight. Um the sectoral debate is on in earnest in the parliament. Let us um Let us welcome the moderator, Caroline. Hello, Caroline. How are you?
Hi, neighbor. Good evening. How are you?
You had a good day?
Yes,
Yeah.
lovely day. How
Well,
about you?
boy, Caroline, I am tired. I must tell you the truth. I am tired. Was actually up from about 5 this morning. Having gone to my bed last night at about 12, and head went downtown
Mm-hmm.
and came back. It's been a rough week for me. Lots of things, lots to do,
Well, it seemed
and
like you
then
had a very progressive day, neighbor. That's great.
not progressive. What I can tell you is that the government need to begin to engage the public on the NaRRA matter. I had some discussions with some folks downtown Kingston today, and it's a little disappointing that Jamaicans are so disengaged. But I suspect that eventually they'll caught up on it. Um, Governments have to push out information to the public, Caroline. You don't think?
Neighbor, I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with you totally. However, I must say this that I have faith in our Prime Minister, and I believe that he will do what is necessary when the time is right.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that that will happen. We are going to be doing things a little different tonight on the show. We're going to
Yes,
have a
neighbor.
little discussion with our listeners about NaRRA, and we want them to come up and give us their opinions.
Yes, neighbor. We're going to be opening the program so that they can stop listening and start talking, because
Yeah.
that's the only way we will know, neighbor, if they are learning.
Yes. So we want to have a conversation with the listeners. Progress or politics, the NaRRA debate. We want to hear from them their view on the NaRRA and both sides.
Of course, definitely.
Yes. So listeners, get your voice ready because we want to talk to you. We want you to engage with us on the program tonight. In terms of what's your view on this NaRRA thing? What's happening in Jamaica, and how do you think that it is affecting you and your community? We want to talk to you about that. Well, Caroline, talk to the people on TikTok, and I'll talk to my friends on YouTube, and I'll get back to you.
You mean they don't hear when I speak, neighbor, on YouTube?
Of course they do. Yes.
Okay, well, good evening to everyone, YouTube and TikTok, and also Patreon and all the other platforms that we're streaming on. Trust you all had a great day. Now, we're going to ask for those of you on YouTube to subscribe to our channel and to give your thumbs up, like, and share. And for those of you on TikTok, please repost the live, tap and share, and support the live goals. And remember to keep the comment section active. So, neighbor, let's have some great conversations this evening.
Absolutely fantastic. All right.
Cool.
So The Auditor General did a real-time audit. But I think it's been mischaracterized. The real-time audit that the Auditor General did is being mischaracterized. And this is the problem with politics in Jamaica, because many are seeing this as political opportunism. That the Auditor General is suggesting that a large portion of the government's what the government collected is still unspent. It's a mischaracterization. It's not evidence of government failure. It is not. But when politics get involved, it throws the whole thing off. That's why, sometimes I see the need for us to continue educating the public, but it can be very discouraging sometimes. I tell you the truth, it can be very discouraging. The report actually exposes the inadequacy of Jamaica's existing disaster recovery systems. It exposes that. That is a real story here, And if you see how media is characterizing the story, you'll realize that there is much bias in the media too. The systems that manage reconstruction in Jamaica, the scale, the urgency that is required after a catastrophic event like Hurricane Melissa, those are the systems that the Auditor General report bringing our attention to. The report acknowledges that 11 billion in relief and recovery contracts are already on the way. That far exceeds the 1.4 billion in donations currently awaiting deployment. 11 billion compared to $1.44 billion. And that is a critical distinction. Very critical distinction, Because the issue is not an absence of action or commitment by the government. The issue is that the current administrative architecture is too slow. The current administrative architecture is too slow. It is not only slow, it is fragmented and procedure heavy to rapidly convert available funds into completed recovery projects. That is what the Auditor General report is about. In other words, the audit validates the government's argument for NaRRA. It is a validation of the government's argument for NaRRA. Because Jamaica's conventional procurement and implementation systems are not fit for speed, they are not fit for coordination and the scale demanded by modern disaster recovery. That is precisely why NaRRA was proposed. Because NaRRA is not an attempt to bypass accountability. It is an attempt to modernize execution. And the Auditor General is pointing that out in the report. Which brings me to the opposition's no vote. Because in my view, if I were speaking on behalf of the government, my argument would be that the opposition's no vote against NaRRA becomes difficult to defend in light of the Auditor General's report. If ever you needed an argument against the opposition's no vote, you've gotten it, members of the Jamaica Labour Party. You've gotten that argument from the Auditor General's report. No spin. Because if the current systems are demonstrably delaying the expenditure of critical recovery funds, then opposing the very mechanism intended to fix those delays amounts to defending inefficiency over reform. The no vote, therefore, becomes very difficult to defend because what you are doing is defending inefficiency over reform. So the government reorganized the post-disaster reconstruction cannot operate under business as usual. The Auditor General's report reinforces that position in real time. It's a real-time audit. The Auditor General is showing in real time how procedural constraints slow delivery even when resources are available and recovery efforts are actively on the way. The government have the money, but the government cannot spend the money because of the bureaucratic systems. Archaic bureaucratic systems created to slow down the process, created because we do not trust ourselves, created at a time when the public's purse was being raided. Far from undermining the case for NaRRA, the audit strengthens the NaRRA argument. So anywhere you hear this being spun, remember I tell you that I hear even Mr. Cliff Hughes on it, but let's not get there. The central question is no longer whether Jamaica needs a more agile and coordinated reconstruction framework. The evidence, not the Auditor General is no partisan. And the Auditor General today, no, not today, but in her report, gives evidence that suggests that if you don't have NaRRA, reconstruction will continue to be constrained by the same systemic inefficiencies the Auditor General has highlighted. The PNP's case is weakened by the Auditor General's General Report. Falls flat, and I hope that the Labour Party will make this point very strongly, that the report strengthens the case for NaRRA. You can talk to me about that when you come up. Mr. Mark Golding continues to press the case against NaRRA. Here is Mr. Golding.
Greetings. Today I just want to say a few words on the NaRRA legislation that is going through Parliament now, and it's very topical and people are anxious to know more about it. Essentially, what the government has done is they've brought legislation to Parliament to create a new agency, which has a long name, but everyone calls NaRRA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. It's a controversial piece of legislation because it gives this authority extraordinary powers. They can issue the...
Well, while Mr. Golding continues to fight the NaRRA bill, the Auditor General is putting before the Jamaican people a fact that if you don't bring about NaRRA, 10 years from now, and we can't rebuild. It's a fascinating time in Jamaica, you know, and it's a moment of learning. And this tells us that our democracy works, you know. Because when you have the Auditor General real-time auditing, you realize that the systems we have, the checks and the balances in the system work. Who can stand in the way of the Auditor General? Not only that, but we have the Integrity Commission. No member of Parliament can enrich themselves without explaining where they get the wealth from, you know.
Directions to any agency that's responsible for considering permits, approvals, licenses, and so on for development projects. If the agencies decide something that NaRRA doesn't think is right, NaRRA can direct them otherwise. If the agencies are taking what NaRRA considers to be too long to make a decision, NaRRA can push them to decide it quickly. It can make all agencies consider their aspects of it at the same time so that no agency would have the benefit of considering what another agency might have thought about.
Well, we can leave that right there. So the point of the matter is that the opposition leader continues to push back against NaRRA. But as I explained earlier, the Auditor General's report vindicates the government's position. Let me bring a couple of other things to your attention before I take the calls. Mr. Fitzhenley in Parliament on Friday said this.
I have addressed the concern of what I consider well-thinking Jamaicans who might say, is this bill paving the way for corruption? This argument, though, about NaRRA paving the way for corruption has been not only proffered by the opposition, but a few individuals and organizations who sometimes the media refer to as civil society. But a few of them are really supporters of the opposition. These organizations serve and individuals were eerily silent not too long ago or issued wishy-washy statements, Dr. Monroe, wishy-washy statements with absolutely no call for decisive action when it was disclosed that a company owned by a senior PNP member was implicated in a multi-million-dollar tax evasion scandal, which continues to deepen. The Jack then UHWI scandal that is being investigated by a number of law enforcement agencies. But some of these organizations and individuals have been most loud and vocal, Professor Manuel, on the NaRRA bill, a bill that has not yet been passed into law. And they argue that it is because they are concerned about corruption. Some of them were here with us earlier today, sir. So having addressed the genuine concern of Jamaicans, to those who do not appear sincere, I say, your inconsistency is loud. Your partisanship is clear. And that is why you have a credibility deficit. And many well-thinking Jamaicans do not take you seriously.
Well,
Mr. President, I rise in support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority.
okay, there you have it. Fitzenly exposing the hypocrisy surrounding this NaRRA debate, exposing the dirty underbelly of politics in Jamaica, exposing these civil society groups that are coming out to talk about concerns. And you notice they call themselves civil society, Jamaican for Justice, Jamaica Environment Trust, Groots Jamaica, never heard of that one, GROOTS Jamaica, National Integrity Action, NIA, Carol Narcisse. Is Carol Narcisse a group? Individual. Carol Narcisse. People's National Party Youth Organization. That's a civil society group. Watchman Church Leaders Alliance. Who them then? Jamaica Umbrella Groups of Churches. Yes? JET, Jamaica Environment Trust. Advocates Network. Stand Up for Jamaica. Wake Up Jamaica. Those are some of the so-called civil society groups that have come out to raise concern about NaRRA. The fact of the matter is that, as Mr. Fitzenley is pointing out, a lot of them are PNP groups. It's almost as if the PNP woke them up and told them to go say something. Miss Burchell Nikisha made her maiden presentation in the Parliament today, and Miss Burchell was her regularly rude self, disrespecting the speaker at the beginning of her presentation, and again breaching the standing orders. Listen to Miss Burchell.
St. James Southern, who will make her presentation, Madam Speaker.
Oh, Shannon. Okay, good.
Now,
Okay.
at the beginning there, while Miss Burchell is waiting to be acknowledged by the speaker, you should have hear what she said. Go and watch the tape. Go and watch the tape yourself. No respect Miss Burchell have for the Speaker of the House. And every time I cover Miss Burchell, I ask myself, why? How did Miss Burchell find herself in the Parliament of Jamaica? How? I tell you, it is something that disappoints me very, very much. And I wonder if, you know, anyway, listen to her. Listen to her.
You may begin. Madam Speaker, me get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my portfolio. Hold on. Standing orders.
Well,
And I think you are fully aware.
well, you know, it appears.
I did not hear the excitement yesterday, but we move on.
Listen again.
We will have now the member from St. James Southern who will make her presentation, Madam Speaker.
Heard that I'm dating the Prime Minister. Oh, Shannon. Okay, good. Okay. You may begin.
So hold on. What Miss Burchell seemed to be attempting to do there, is like she's trying to say that the Prime Minister is not acknowledging her. She's ready to attack the Prime Minister, the Speaker. Listen to her.
Madam Speaker, me get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my portfolio. Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you,
Man, in the name of Jesus. Kabakalafia, man, in the name of Jesus. Kabakalafia, man, in the name of Jesus.
Country come a town. I tell you the truth. It's fascinating. It's fascinating to cover this lady here. It's the same lady who said that she was dating the Prime Minister. Jamaica, always a key. What a fascinating country this is. What a fascinating country we're living in. Listeners, taking a little bit time, but culture, you see, is the collective expression of a people's identity. Your language, your tradition, your values, your customs. Miss Burchell's attempt to invoke Jamaican culture through the use of patois. You know what? Moderator, please go to the callers. Let me keep to my word and progress or politics. The NaRRA debate. If you're on YouTube, click the link and you can have a conversation with us. Who do we have first up tonight? Who do we have? There's a time and place for everything. Miss Birchall. Boy, I tell you, it's amazing when people are deliberately drawing attention to themselves. Okay, we don't have anyone.
Not at the moment. So, listeners, if you're interested in joining the conversation, please send your request. Thank you.
All right, great. Okay. So in the meantime, while we wait for the listeners to come up, Mr. Marlon Morgan, he appeared on a program hosted by Conrad O'Brien. We have invited Mr. Morgan here. He hasn't chosen to come. We hope that he will join us one of these evenings, but he went to Conrad and listen to how he was treated. Listen.
Hold on. You're not going to come here and done something, listeners.
You're not going to come here and done something, listeners. And you know, at that point, Mr. Morgan should have excused himself, but he stayed. I don't know why Mr. Morgan has chosen not to join us, because we wouldn't have been that rude to him. But you see, there is a backstory, and one of these evenings, it will probably be said. There's a backstory. Mr. Conrad is telling the senator that he's duncing up the listeners. In other words, Morgan is a dunce, and Mr. Morgan sit down over there, and allow himself to be talked down to like that. I don't know that anyone on this program would have treated Mr. Morgan like that, but it is interesting. Someone sent it to me, and I'm going to play it for my listeners.
No. Hold on. You're not going to come here and done something, listeners, right? The edge.
Hold on. You're not going to come here and dunce up me, listeners. Just not dunce up the listeners. So, Marlon a dunce, and Mr. Morgan sit there and allowed this gentleman to speak to him like that. I wouldn't listen to that gentleman, because I don't know. But you see, there is a design. There is this design to discredit the government. It's tribal. Mr. O'Brien is not O'Brien in here. Conrad is part of the tribe, He's part of the tribe, the PNP clan and tribe. And I don't know what Mr. Morgan going into that tribe going to do. Why is Mr. Morgan going into a tribe? Tribes don't build, Tribes break.
Asking everyone to repost the live, please.
Okay? And there is a reason why you have media, take sides, Media take sides, And don't think that you're going to get into a clan, and the clan is going to give you space to express yourself. They are protecting their clan. So what Mr. Morgan going over there to do? Look how many other platforms are there that carries a line for the party. Why Mr. Morgan don't go to them? And he's at somewhere where somebody is telling him that he had done something, listener, and he don't come off the air. He don't come off. And say, well, man, because in essence, what Mr. Conrad is telling the good senator is that him a dunce. Now, if you come upon this program here and tell me that, I hope that my moderator finger is very quick to cut you off. You will not come up here and call me nor any of my people dunce. You mad? Dunce there your yard. We tell you where dunce there. No dunce not around here, sir. Remember Harry not a dunce nor scratchy? You could have come up here and tell me what my moderator done. You mad? Block and delete instant. Anyway, it is what it is. And it got even worse from Mr. Conrad.
Marlon, I host the program here and I'm going to have the discussion. You're not going to come here and have monologue. Marlon, you're forcing me to stop talking to you, because
You're forcing me to stop talking to you. Hang up the phone. So you have to talk to him. Hang up the phone and go and leave. Come and talk to us here on the Politics Plus network. We give you time. You can have a conversation. We wouldn't disrespect you. We wouldn't interrupt you. We'd give you the time. You have a bigger audience here too. Because nobody now listen to that man. Thousands of people are listening to us.
don't know. You're not the host here. I am hosting the program. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Marlon, you opened an observation. I am having a discussion with you, a discourse. It's not a monologue. You know, this is not a paid advert. So I am intervening as host does, right? Or do. And I'm doing that, so I will allow you to speak. You must have some discipline and some decency, man.
Wow. That's what the senator subjected himself to. Over there. Amazing. You see, I'm not going anywhere that people treat me like that. I tell you the truth, I am not. I hang up my phone and I gone. I don't have to talk to you. But sometimes, you see, sometimes what I want to say, I can't say it here. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, what is to be gained by talking to some of these people? What is to be gained? What is the relevance? You see what I'm saying? And you know, this program here, you know, we have our own set of sabotage, you know, but I don't want to talk about it too much. Sabotage, because it seems like some of the programs that I see some of these ministers go to don't anyway. Good night, caller. Hello.
Yes, yeah, hello neighbor.
Good night to you.
Yeah man, top of the evening to you man.
Yes, sir.
First time caller, silent listener, you know.
Oh, well, you're not a silent listener at all, sir. Well, it's great to have you. Hi, how are you?
Yeah man, not for speaking a neighbor.
Well, not for
and thanks for the opportunity to explain myself and express myself about what going on, you know.
That's what we're doing tonight. Go right ahead.
Yeah man, I was born in the 70s.
Yes.
You know, so I lived through all of the era. I go to school at 2 Last Street. That's where the family primary. And then I leave and go on to Holy Trinity Secondary.
Yes.
Football, you know, I get a run to go to Calabar, and you know, the rest is history.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So I lived through the 90s, and what the People's National Party bring to this country. And all I can see is like, I was on another program sometime last year, neighbor, and I was asking, like, even Ralston, and that's his name? That man was saying as some analyst.
Ralston Hyman, yes, sir.
Yes. I was asking and say if him and Mark Bowling not in the same age group. Because all of a sudden, everybody had come out and, I showed them colors, and when the country was in a...
Thank you, Jesus. God is...
The country was simple, neighbor. You never hear nothing from them, but all of a sudden, everybody come up and show them colors. So I was wondering what's going on.
You understand the whole concept of tribalism, sir?
Yes, sir.
Tribes don't build in us, they break. And the tribes exist and see their survival in the advancement of their tribes. Ralston Hyman and all of these people you hear talking about, they're not interested in Jamaica, so what they're interested in is their party being in power.
Yes.
And so long as their and Bobby Pickersgill was correct. Anything that will lead us or cause us to be in power, we believe is good for Jamaica and in the best interest of Jamaica. That is it, sir. And it is very concerning. There's a report carried by Nationwide, sir, that a lot of Jamaicans are planning to migrate. Think about it. There's a report, I wonder if I can find it, that a lot of Jamaicans are planning to migrate. Why? Why is that, sir? You ever thought of it? And you know what the people overseas are saying, that they can't stand it because them things say migrating solves their problem. Yes, I wonder if I can find it.
I get the opportunity to work overseas.
Yes.
And I see, I was in a Caribbean island working, and I see a lot of Jamaicans. The way they work hard, them don't get the chance to reap the benefit. Them come down and I need the plane bottom.
Yes. Under what?
The plane bottom. When they travel under the plane bottom, what happened?
No. How you mean travel under the plane bottom?
Them come down in a casket. So
Oh yes.
You understand? You have to work so hard and put in the work.
Yes.
You understand? So when them go travel and them go overseas and say they want to migrate to greener pastures, enough of them free to talk.
Yes, and I can tell you, sir. Here is the report from Nationwide.
The UNDP's America's Barometer survey shows a growing number of people in Latin America and the Caribbean who express an intention to live abroad. This number rose from an average of 21% in 2004 to 32% in 2023. Jamaica is second only to Haiti in the region, based on the percentage of its population who intend to leave their country within 3 years. That is 54% compared to Haiti's 74%. The UNDP notes that in some cases, the increase in the intention to emigrate has been accompanied by rising dissatisfaction with the way democracy functions in their countries and by a growing perception of a deteriorating national economic situation. The UNDP report says the capacity of the state to provide security and economic and employment opportunities is also central to the intention to emigrate. Among those expressing an intent to move, 58% cited the lack of economic opportunities as the main motivator, while 13% referred to insecurity and violence. The report similarly highlights the significant effect this emigration has on the country of origin. The loss of human capital can negatively affect the country's development, known more colloquially as brain drain. According to the UNDP, Jamaica suffers the most from this effect compared to any other Latin American and Caribbean country. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest, Jamaica's rate of brain drain is 9.5 as of 2023. El Salvador was second at 8.7. The UNDP says that given human capital is a critical driver of long-term economic growth.
All right, let me stop it there. You know something, sir?
Yes, Neil.
I think that people in the diaspora spoil their relatives here in Jamaica, The people in the diaspora, sir, give the impression that they are living in paradise. Yes, and them take on a type of aura, and they work hard sometimes and send back the funds here in Jamaica, and sometimes and them food money up to them send down, sir.
Neighbor, me live it and me see it in a neighbor.
And the food money them send down, when them send down $100 to you in Jamaica, sir, them not have nothing left up there,
Neighbor, I don't cut you. I don't put the neighbor. Because me did it, me live it, me see it, neighbor. You understand? Man work, you put in the hours, because you get paid by the hours. And on Sunday, they put in the hours, and when man send the money come as I said, spoil everybody.
Yes.
Mackerel and rice man Sunday, mackerel and rice man this, the bad noodle.
Up there.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
and when they are coming home, sir, they put on the nice shoes and the nice jeans, and them sacrifice and pack barrel and send come to Jamaica. And so the Jamaicans feel that, the sacrifice that they make, that life is easy living in the United States. Sir, I remember spending some time with someone in the United States, and I was there for about 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, I realized that they want me to leave them place, You hear me tell you something, sir? Yeah. Come back on me yard. And it speaks to how we are genuine as Jamaicans, that we will sacrifice for the good of our people, our brothers and sisters. Okay? So when a man send you a $50 from overseas, and not because he have it, and because he know him loving him, genuine, him caring, he want to help him family.
Yeah, neighbor, I'm saying that I make the sacrifice and he not eat nothing substantial for his body.
Yes.
He go drink a cup soup in the night and send you the $50 man.
Yes.
And why you comfortable. But neighbor, before you let me just take you back, little neighbor. We lived through the 70s. I was living in Mountain View, neighbor. And you see all the prominent names that where you say out of the east in them time, the neighbor. You know those there are 3 names out there. In them time, then, in the 70s neighbors. Them come from a bigger brother to come from battlefield, the People's National Party. And when my grandmother declined, half an hour them give it to move.
You mean how you mean comfy?
Parents is a bigger brother in the come out to the 80s there when the thing I get ugly.
They come for him to go on battlefield, sir?
Come on the battlefield. And when my grandmother declined, they give my grandmother half an hour to move.
What you saying to me?
Yeah, man. So from them time,
so you had to, your grandmother had to move?
Yeah, man. Where you can move in half an hour, neighbor. Grab 2 cups of clothes and some brown paper bag in them time.
And you had to move, sir?
Yes, man.
What you saying to me?
Yeah, man. Neighbor, a long time me and live and see them thing,
Oh boy.
Knife scare, man. I get telephone scare. Neighbor, we never get a tertiary education. The city that the children them get it.
Yes.
We get this true right knowledge. Sidewalk University. At them place that we go. And we educate ourselves by through we're smart. And we realize that PMP is no good for this country. No.
My God, sir. Listen to the man talking.
Half an hour them give my grandmother to move. My grandmother have to lift up. And take me out of the situation because children come from a brother to come on the back of.
How did that affect your development as a young man, your psychology? How old were you?
Them time I think I was in grade 6.
Yes. How did that affect you? You think as a youth having to go through that?
Yeah, neighbor, it mashed you up because when you leave out, my grandmother have a nice house in that time. It was in Mountain View, a nice little house with a lot of fruit tree and everything. And we have to leave from this to come transform to a board house and all our bungalow up in a one little place now and everything to try to get back things up and running. And we have to leave from so far now, because you must know we have to leave from town and we end up over Spanish Town. So to leave, to go back to primary school at 2 last street.
Yes, in other words, you were plucked up and replanted.
Yes. Never. I never now. I live it out when me see. A long time I see Tel Aviv and South here and neighbor. People, them are some aggressive people. You can't reason it. Them dark. Them illiterate. Neighbor, I grew up and I realized that I will live through. Neighbor, me have a godfather who used to send me to school. He have a prominent business place up on Spanish Town Road. I won't call the business place. He one of them was suffer. True Vincent, neighbor. I can recall one day I go look for him. I go look for him on weekend. Call it my little thing for go back to school for the week. And he look for me and tell me, say, I want a better life when I grow big. I must vote for the PNP. And I live to the neighbor to see him tell me, say, sorry.
Oh my God. He told you that if you want a better life, vote for PNP.
Vote for PNP. Because the man is a manly man in the neighbor and dressed in a bush jacket and him.
Oh, you know, I have a couple bush jackets. Well, I go dash them away.
Neighbor. It was so fun. I have a prominent business place between 6 Mile to 3 Mile. So, you know those places are business places in those times. Prominent business place. A neighbor, Finsack, mash up everything, him lose him house. His wife leave him. The final thing, him lose the nail in the coffin, him lose the business place. Neighbor.
Oh my God.
You understand, neighbor? That's something when I see me too. I'm a little scene tell me, say, I'm sorry. When me tell me, you know me glad to realize when we say could have happened here, but me could have helped him out in that situation. When the ship sink. I will never forget that man.
Yes, sir.
He was my godfather. So from them time that you know me live and grow up nearby me, you realize that PNP always a sink the ship neighbor. And as the captain, them always a jump off and leave the people in panic. And now wait as the captain to be the last one to come off. Them are the first one come off and leave the passenger them on the ship.
Asking everyone to repost the live, please.
No good for the country, neighbor. Forward to this NaRRA bill, no neighbor. You know what them scared of, neighbor?
Yes.
It's gonna work. And yes, when it works, that's it. That's it for them. Are people gonna remember who rebuild them house? Who restore back the light? Who restore back the water?
Yes. You know, so there is a curious thing, and I encourage my listeners to subscribe to the YouTube channel, because I'm going to put it to the listeners philosophically that the PNP's no vote may be a breach of their constitutional rights, that the rights of Jamaicans may be breached. Damian Crawford is taking the government to court over access to education. And I think that the people of Jamaica may have a legal cause to take the PNP to court. I wonder if I could challenge this matter. You know, if I had the money, I would do it. Eh?
You know, say neighbor, Damian Crawford was a youth when he raised with him just a coming up politics. Yeah, you know, thing to say where am I going with and all of them things. But neighbor, I realize, remember Anthony come show them up and say if you're not talk, where them are talking.
Yes, they eat you raw. Yeah. That's how clans operate, sir. You know, sir. Jamaica's Charter of Rights guarantees every citizen the right to life.
Yeah.
No. We need to, you know, listeners, I'm going to ask you to support the program, you know, because I'm probably going to have to file a matter in the court. 954-635-8732 is the Zelle account. If you want to give us a contribution, YouTube 954-635-8732. It's going across your screen. On TikTok,
There's ever a bill that the Jamaican Labour Party present that the PNP don't try to push it down?
No, sir. But hold on there. Every Jamaican citizen is guaranteed the right to life, to liberty, and to property. Social security, education, and health. The Charter of Fundamental Rights guarantee you that. Now, if a hurricane wipe out 56% of GDP, then the state has a fundamental duty to restore those rights through reconstruction. So how then are you denying reconstruction And it appears to me that to deny reconstruction is to breach the rights of the people, the fundamental rights of the people. The people of Jamaica should take the PNP to court.
Yeah, but them don't want to say nothing good for the country, neighbor.
Well,
neighbor party them saying that they must say country in the neighbor.
I'll break that down in a podcast for the listeners. That I think we have a key. As a matter of fact, I think we could challenge a lot of things in Jamaica through the courts, including that FinSac period, where Jamaicans, according to the Prime Minister, Mark Golding benefited from a sweetheart deal and gained his riches on the backs of the Jamaican people. We need to take that. We need to take that matter to court, Yes. Yeah. Yes. Section 13(3) B and C of the Charter of Rights. The right to protection from deprivation of property and the right to social security. If reconstruction gives you back those things, how is it that parliamentarians are voting no to it? They are breaching the rights of the people. But that's a matter you're going to have to join us on YouTube for. I want to tell you thanks to you, sir. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, man, no. Pepping a neighbor, and we will check in again because they're out in the yard and try to get something. I put the hose or some fruit tea them to get them up and running, So,
big up.
More me have a reason neighbor because me have a lot of topic for me in life,
Yeah, man.
To get going.
Or I tell you what you do. Send me a WhatsApp 876-858-9553. You have that number?
Go again.
876-858-9553. All right. No problem. All right. So the lines are open. Talk your mind. Progress our politics. The NaRRA debate. Your voice, your opinion, your Jamaica. Join the conversation. Let us hear what you have to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Neighbor, how are you doing, sir? I must commend you for the wonderful job that you're doing.
Well, thank you.
When I listen to your program, you remind me of the great Willie Monty Perkins. I think you are a reincarnation.
Oh, wow. Sir.
For those who believe in reincarnation, you come back in the form of Monty Perkins. May his soul rest on.
Yes, sir.
I want to journey back in a couple of days back then, because it seems as if we as Jamaican, a lot of us, it seems as if we suffer from memory losses over the years.
Yes.
And when I look at the destruction that the People's National Party brought upon Jamaica,
yes, sir.
It is a disgrace.
Especially
former agricultural minister Roger Clark. Especially during those days of the mad cow disease. That man did not do nothing to protect
Lord have mercy.
Cattle farmers. A matter of fact, what he himself did, for those who know about those Leland truck, he buy hundreds of Leland trucks
Well, I don't have no evidence of that.
Well, I tell you, I personally sold cattle, and it was cattle, for cattle, a cow, for example, that should have sold, let's say, for $50,000.
Yes.
I have to sell it for less than $800.
Your cow, sir?
But then, yes, hundreds of cows.
Oh,
Like that.
because of the mad cow.
Because of the mad cow disease.
Oh. Hold on, sir. So tell us a little bit about the mad cow disease. What was happening?
During those days, I don't know if you remember the mad cow disease. And so as a result of that, it destroyed a lot of cattle farmers there in Jamaica. The animal was devalued. It wasn't selling anymore. Nobody was eating beef anymore.
Yes.
Because of this disease. And instead of the Minister of Agriculture protect cattle farmers, because the disease is not in Jamaica, they did not protect cattle farmers. And so, I myself was a cattle farmer, and I become nervous. A lot of hundreds of farmers, so as a result, and some destroy, but some they let go of their cattle. The cattle devalue. You're out there in the field every day taking care of the animal, but when it's time for you to sell it and get something, you actually get nothing for it. And so, this man, what he did back then, and I know for those farmers who on the line can come and confirm what I'm saying.
Yes.
What they did, he himself, because he himself is a cattle, one of the largest cattle farmers, if not at the time, in the Caribbean.
Okay. You are in St. Elizabeth, sir?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And so, a lot of my cattle, I personally sold him a lot of cattle. A lot of my cattle went to his farm, and I sold those cattle for little and nothing.
My God.
And a lot of my other farmers colleagues.
Yes, sir. You remember when farmers had to be dumping milk?
Okay, you catching me up too. A lot of farmers have to be dumping milk, and they did not do nothing to protect farmers.
My God.
Nothing to protect farmers.
Yes, sir.
And when I look at the history of the PNP, the People's National Party, they are not for Jamaicans. They're only for themselves. One of the world's greatest destroyer that the Caribbean has ever seen is Dr. Omar Davis. When you look at, go right back to Finsa. These people who have done so much.
You said the Caribbean worst destroyer, sir?
Worst destroyer.
Mr. Run with it.
Yes, sir.
He's a run with it, man.
Yes.
So we rather to be in here solving the problem than to be outside there wondering how Mr. Siaga fixing it. So run with it. Sir, that man Omar Davis, you see, sir, he was sort of bashful, boastful man. He used to come on to the Breakfast Club in the mornings with Anthony Abrams and Beverly Manley. Mr. Davis coined a phrase called negative growth, something like that.
Yes. Every morning they used to come on
At the Breakfast Club, sir.
Yes,
It was a place for Omar and his friends. Negative growth. When they couldn't grow the economy, they talk about negative growth.
And don't forget former Education Minister Bertrand White.
Oh Lord.
Was on that program. Don't leave him out.
Regularly, sir.
He gave him a seat. He gave him a front seat.
Yes. Sir, it was almost a capture of Jamaica by the PNP. The 90s. It was almost a capture, a lockdown of Jamaica. And when Jamaica eventually broke free, one seat they won by Bruce Golding, and the PNP set out immediately to take over to take back the government. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Man, your program is a phenomenal program, man, and I want to tell you, don't be discouraged. Keep it up.
Well,
and, you're a true Jamaican. Jamaican blood runs deeply through your veins.
And what you're saying to me?
I'm proud of your program. I'm very proud of your program.
So tell me something now. What is happening in St. Elizabeth? How are things down there?
Well, at the present moment, they're currently not in the island, sir.
Oh.
I give up farming and a base in US now.
Oh wow. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, I see the farmers there bouncing back very nicely.
Yes.
Lots of scallion and something coming out of St. Elizabeth, the food basket. Very resilient parish and people.
Yes, they're very resilient people, and especially Melissa have done a lot of damage, and set back a lot of farmers, but a lot of farmers, we know how to bounce back, and we are coming back from our setbacks. We know how to make our little work. We know how to make our little work.
What's your take on the NaRRA no vote of the PNP, sir? The PNP saying they don't want NaRRA.
You know that anything that is good for Jamaica, and I expect the People's National Party to be against it. They're not going to welcome it. Anything that is good for Jamaica, they are going to be against it because they themselves don't want to see Jamaica, move forward.
What you said to me?
Especially, Dr. Andrew Wallace, he have taken Jamaica out of the slum. Now Jamaica slowly is on the rise.
But why is it that the people are still suggesting that they want to leave? Why? What is it that we need to do to get our people to understand that if you work hard and you are committed to a cause, you can make it even in Jamaica? Why?
To be honest, as much as I'm not with the opposition leader, their job is to oppose and point out all possibilities as to why it's not going to work. And now it is for the JLP administration now to look at those proposals as to why it's not going to work, and with whatever plan they have drafted up and pick the sense out of the nonsense, if you understand what I mean, and put it together, because I think the NaRRA bill is a good bill for Jamaica.
Yes.
It is for them to sit and properly come to an amicable solution and make this thing work. It is a good thing. But, the people have to know that the opposition job is to oppose.
Yes.
That's their job, to oppose.
Yeah, and opposing they are. Well, sir.
And oppose is not a bad thing. Sometimes opposing your opponent, sometimes you catch your opponent off guard. And if your opponent are very smart, look into what you're saying and make his plan a better plan.
Very good. Very good. Nice talking to you, Basil.
Yes, sir. And I enjoy your evening. Nice talking to you too.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Fantastic. Great. All right. God Almighty. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, Mr. Neighbor.
Why you give yourself that name, sir?
I just sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's something that happened. That's why I changed it. Yeah.
My God, man, but you have changed your name. God Almighty, sir. Anyway, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind is this NaRRA discussion that people, the PNP is against, and I don't see the reason why they're against it, because when you look at this bill, I think this bill is going to help Jamaica in ways people never expected. It's tremendous. It's going to create.
1 second, please. God Almighty, your background is very noisy. Could you kind of settle down, please, and speak a little louder?
Oh, I was in the kitchen. Sorry about that. Yeah, so what I was saying is that what's on my mind today is the discussion about the NaRRA bill and PNP opposing it. I understand that their job is to oppose it, but
no, their job is not to oppose it. Their job is
that's
not.
what they make it seem.
That's
how they make it seem, because they oppose everything. Or if it makes sense, they oppose it. So I come to the conclusion that's what they're in their job description.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, sir. You're about you're under 25 years old, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. You are a student. You're a student in Jamaica, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like you want to migrate?
Migrate. Well, that's been on my mind for quite some time. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would say yes.
Why? Why would you want to leave Jamaica?
First, let me see this. A lot of opportunities is in Jamaica, but I feel like I would make it more if I move to another country, because in Jamaica this system, the type of system that we have pulled down, what should I say, hold us down in some ways that don't really make sense, because a lot of Jamaican youngsters have talents, but I don't feel like the company they are working at or people who hire them is trying to hold on that talent they have, right? And sometimes when you move to another country, that's when you start to see yourself start to move up the ladder. You start to climb, you know.
Well, I was looking at the report that is suggesting that a lot of Jamaicans are planning to migrate within the next 3 years. Another question for you: as a young person, do you find that in your circle people are aware of the NaRRA bill? Are you discussing it in your school?
We have a group at school. Well, I formed the group, right? We have this WhatsApp group where we talk about politics, we talk about what is happening in politics today, right? So, yeah, we are talking about this NaRRA bill, and we're seeing the benefits of this NaRRA bill and how it's going to help us, how it's going to affect Jamaica, and how it's moving forward.
Okay, what shaped your civic literacy? Because you seem to be quite knowledgeable about current affairs and the happenings in your country. As a young man, how did you get to this point?
To the point where support the bill?
No. Where you become more aware, interested in your country, in the discussions, in things like that. Because a lot of young people. How did you get to be here? What sparked your interest?
Well, as you know, many years ago, I won't call it person name, but I would say that I have looked into it and I have seen how politics is going to affect my day-to-day life. Whatever the politician do.
What name you not calling?
Yeah. Well, there's this guy. I think you know him. Yeah, there's this guy who's always interested in politics, and when he's talk about politics, I look up to the guy. So, and he allowed me to see certain things and allow me to see how politics is going to affect my daily
So
life.
what's wrong in giving the person credit? Would they be offended? What's wrong in giving the person the credit? If you had a teacher or someone who helped to shape your interest in current affairs, what's wrong in giving credit to them?
There's nothing wrong in giving credit to the person, but I just don't like to give out people's government name on TikTok.
Okay, all right, no problem. So you say that there was someone in your life that kind of helped you to
because to be honest with you, I was always interested in politics. I used to say politics not going to do anything for me. Two-party fighting to see who win election, make up one organize when election day come. I don't see what it's going to do for me. But this person literally changed my view on politics and how I should perceive politics, right? Show me that, sir, whatever happens is going to affect your day-to-day life no matter what, right? So that's what really changed my view. That person really changed how I look at politics.
Well, great. So you say that within your community, and when I say your community, I'm talking about your youthful community, there is an interest in the NaRRA, and you guys are having discussions around this bill. What is the general thinking as far as the young people are concerned? Would you give me a perspective from them?
Well, in my group, I think the general perspective, many in the group oppose it. I won't say many don't oppose it. We ask why, give us the answer. Many oppose it, but many agree with the bill, because they are saying, many of these youngsters are saying that we just went through a devastating Hurricane Melissa, and they understand that the government wants to rebuild back the country in a fast time as possible, right? And having too much things in your way, slowing down that progress would would be beneficial. So they understand certain things that is being said about the bill. And the ones that oppose it now are saying that too much, certain things they don't agree with in the bill, like certain clauses with secrecy, this and well, I don't think they fully understand what it fully means as yet, but as we go on, we are educating them on it.
Tell me something, my friend. What is your view of the opposition leader, Mark Golding? What is your view of him?
Well, my view on the opposition leader, Mark Golding, is that I think Mark Golding is just a guy who's he has too much ego. He feels like he knows it all. He feels like whatever he says is correct and nobody can say it's not so, right? So I think he just has too much ego, and he needs to settle down himself, open to listen to people, just need to tone down himself, because I think he's have too much ego, full of himself, think he's always right? So
and how do you think he has led the opposition in Jamaica, especially as far as it relates to Jamaica's reconstruction, recovery after Hurricane Melissa? Tell me a little bit about how you think Golding has led from the opposition benches since Hurricane Melissa. By the way, were you personally affected by the hurricane?
Well, I was not personally affected by the hurricane.
Okay. Give me an idea of what and I really if you would pardon me, because I'm trying to get a youth perspective of the politics. How do you see the opposition performing, being led by Golding?
Well, the opposition being led by Golding is a very disgraceful opposition, I think, because take the other day, for example, everybody know they shouldn't, everybody know in the parliament, they don't pick up the mace.
Yeah. Yes.
Mrs. Burke, whatever they call her, I don't know her name. She took up the mace, right? Mr. Golding stood up with her in solidarity to say, because when I see, I think he was going to correct her enough, but I see he stood up with her, agreed with her, not telling her she is wrong for what she did, right? So when I look at that example, I see that Mark Golding is not a good leader. Right? Because
wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
If there was anything good about him in the past, that alone changed my view on him.
The circumstance having to do with his behavior in Parliament a couple of years ago, you are saying that has solidified your perception of the opposition leader as not a man that you admire?
He's not a trustworthy person you can see running the government, because if his colleagues can behave like that, and him as the leader is not going to correct them, how is he going to correct them when he's running the government? Right? How is he going to correct them when he's actually running the government? They are going to get away with a lot of things. There won't be any transparency to anything. That's what I got from it.
Oh my God. Now, in on the other side, the flip side of this, do you think that the government led by the Prime Minister is is moving in the right direction? What is the view of your group about Wholeness and his government?
Well, yeah, our view, I know that every government has flaws. Every government has flaws, and that's what we try to understand every day. Everybody has flaws, but I think our government is doing a tremendous job in how they are handling this medicine. I think they're moving in the right path, right? Because the government wants what's best for the Jamaican people, and they are trying their best to make that happen.
Yeah. Well, it's a balanced view, and I appreciate. I don't know if member Harry.
I don't know who's there.
No, well, member Harry.
I'm here, Mr. President.
Member Harry, you have a young man on online there. You have any questions for him?
I mean, I have a few, because I'd love to explore in terms of what is the camaraderie like when they have the discussions regarding nation building. If you could give me just a point or two as to what those conversations are at that tertiary level.
Well, some of the points of discussion we have is on the day-to-day politics. So, budgeting, or our government does the budgeting, what plans our government is going to create so that the people can benefit from it, and how are the people going to actually benefit from it when it comes into effect.
And in terms of the history of Jamaica politics itself, because you guys will be one of the vocal points coming 2029, 2030, whenever that election is called. How have you guys been, having a discussion regarding the misinformation and disinformation? What's that like? How do you guys handle it?
Well, right now, myself right now is in the center of a misinformation scandal as we speak. But yeah, I think that the misinformation campaign that has started by the PNP, because I think the PNP done a misinformation campaign since they lose on September 3rd, because they are trying everything in their power to win this next election, and they will do anything to get to that. And so in my group, we came up with a plan. The plan wasn't that good after all, but we came up with a plan as to how we were going to tackle this misinformation thing, right? And we tested out the plan. Well, the plan turned out it didn't work as good as we thought it would work, but we are coming up with some better ideas as to how we're going to tackle it. We don't fully know how we're going to tackle this as yet, specifically my group. We don't know how fully we're going to tackle this misinformation, because it's a very hard thing to tackle, because these deepfakes are really believable. People believe them because with Jamaican people, they don't go and actually do the research now. Whatever they see on the internet, they believe first, and they don't do any research, they just believe what they see. So,
yeah. All right. My friend, take care of yourself and keep your studies going. A product of Jamaica's future. We want to tell you thanks for joining us tonight. Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
All right, man. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Josh Dodson, good night. Hello. Good night, caller. Hello. No. He's not there. Dodson, hey. Not there. Hello. Hello, Scratchy. Good night to you. Hello, hello, member Scratchy. Hi, how are you doing?
Blessed night.
Oh.
Members and
My chair is about. Scratchy, the Scratchy Harry, the Auditor General today, well, not today, did a real-time audit. And is the audit not a vindication of the need for NaRRA? Because what the audit is suggesting is that the bureaucratic process is fragmented, Harry, Scratchy, and we need an architecture that is capable of driving Jamaica's reconstruction. Doesn't it weaken the PNP's no vote in the Parliament, this Auditor General report?
You want to go ahead first, Patrick?
No, I didn't get to hear the full point, Harry. You can go on and sketch on.
Oh, all right. So good night again, everybody. Sorry for my manners. Mother group are good. That in itself, neighbor, has a two-way to it, right? Because most people would have not listened intently to understand the result of that audit. The first thing people run with it is to say the government didn't spend the money, and the government is not looking to spend the money because so much months have passed and there's no signing off on projects to be done and so on. And that's what the opposition will run with. And that's also what the media houses will put out. I can guarantee you 10 o'clock tonight.
Well, it's already put out.
Let's see. And I wouldn't have had any idea of that maybe because I'm just coming in, right? But that's what they will do when it comes on to stories like this. Now, the problem with that is the government has to debunk it extremely early. And one of the things I've seen them done is Minister of Labour, Bernard Charles Jr., would have come out already and started speaking on it, on some aspects to it. But the real part, which is part two of it, neighbor, is what people should grasp and understand to see that the segmentation and the fragment aspect of how we go about governance and government business is too much. You need too much signing off. You need it, one thing to go to one area for approval and then go to another area to approve. And by the time it is reviewed for approval and then the second approved to be reviewed, it takes months and a lot of times it takes years. And I would have given the example with Ministry of Education and that fence, a simple fence. Take 4 years to be approved, not to be built, but to be approved.
So what the report? Okay, go ahead.
And it solidifies the reason as to why the pillars of NaRRA, why that is important, why speed is important, why moving faster is important, and it's not to negate any of the responsibilities of the institutions that are already there, but rather to give priority to certain things. And we know one of the things have been based on the project value and amount, but we have to do it, and the bureaucratic system needs a NaRRA. In fact, I believe that when we do this run with NaRRA neighbor, we should find a way to make it the standard through the governance.
And I suspect that the government is going to do exactly that.
Right, because you need these things, neighbor. And what I want to say to people as well, everybody is looking at the $6.7 billion. We don't need to look at the $6.7 billion. Keith Duncan spoke about it briefly, that there's so much private projects that sits on desk, neighbor, sits in areas, not because of the current government don't want to get them done, but just by the design of the bureaucratic process that we have, which is a causation of how we governed over 2 decades ago. This is the result in a neighbor of the poor management by the government from the 90s and a little bit earlier coming up. These are the reasons why the bureaucratic process has evolved into this area and this way where everything has to be tightly looked at and to be meticulously scrutinized at the highest level. And then also you have institutions that drag their feet, neighbor, also because of political allegiance. Let's not leave that out.
Yes.
People need to also understand that anything to slow, because the People's National Party have done an excellent job when it comes on to infiltrating the key institutions in our country, right?
And that don't change by a change of government.
It doesn't, neighbor. And I know that the talk of the town in 2007, neighbor, was that when Jamaica Labour Party won, they should have fired a lot of people out of the public service and start anew. And yes, while the opposition would have done that, make no mistake, because they're good at cleaning house, you know, and the rest of Jamaica would not necessarily beat them about it, because it is done in such a way where it's never ever published. But make the current administration ever remove a high-profile individual from a management area of these institutions. Everybody here. And as such, they do these things because delay hurts the current administration. And because the People's National Party have their own people at these high-end areas, they are the ones who do the work, you know. They're just the ones who sign off. And you can hurt a recovery process, neighbor, by just delaying a simple signature. And that's a lot of the things that we're seeing now. But I also want to point regarding, you know, persons are saying the government haven't spent the money. We also need to understand carefully here, neighbor, that whatever projects are to be signed off on and to be done also needs some time. I'm speaking specifically to the Melissa money that was collected. You can't just run but put up some house somewhere. You need to do the analysis, especially when it comes down to the environment part. And that is where people need to get an understanding to know that, yes, the money may be there. The structures may not be put up. But in order to do this right, because it's not just speed, you have to do it right. And that takes some time as well.
So the point you are making is that we must not mischaracterize as evidence of government failure. What the report actually exposes is the inadequacy of Jamaica's existing disaster recovery systems that were never designed to manage reconstruction at the scale and urgency required after a catastrophic event like Hurricane Melissa. But Harry, we can't get rid of the politics of this moment, because you know that it is going to be pushed as a failure of government.
That is the spin they will always put around it, neighbor. But I'd love for people to go back to the presentation I made, the monologue I gave where I walked them through the 3 different hurricanes, neighbor. This walks hand in hand with the audit, right? And also the recovery process that is needed. We couldn't do it with Gilbert, right? We never had know-how. We were clueless. Ivan came. We still really didn't have any mechanism to build as to what is required. We'll build back some things, and it probably took us until 2014 to get real infrastructure put back in place after Ivan. And I know we had several other systems, you know, weather systems that came and delayed, which speaks even more as to where we are located. Speed and critical analysis is key, and NaRRA brings both to the table, neighbor, right? And nobody, when they look at it, who's opposing it, they just don't want that to come out. They don't want to embrace it. But we don't have, as old as Jamaica is, we've never had a system or a framework developed like NaRRA to bring what we need. It's not what the government want. It's not what the opposition think. It's not how we feel. This is a framework that we have to adapt into our governance structure because of where we're located geographically, what is happening with climate change, and how we need to move with the rest of the world, right? If you look at other countries, neighbor, even the larger ones, they have to do things like this. And I'm happy we've modeled countries that have gotten it. Some have gotten it in terms of delay, they've gotten it wrong, because the US is still going through theirs. Japan does it exceptionally well. right? Australia has done it, and it shows that it's a model that the world is now taking into consideration, adapting, and putting in their own system. So why should we not do the same? If something works, it works.
In other words, the opposition's decision to vote no against NaRRA becomes increasingly difficult to defend in light of the audit findings. Because if the current systems are demonstrably delaying the expenditure of critical recovery funds, then opposing the very mechanism intended to fix those delays amounts to defending inefficiency over reform. So the NaRRA no vote is a defending of the inefficiency over the reform of government. So NaRRA is more than a reconstruction bill. It is a bill to reform how government operates.
Exactly, neighbor.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things to add to that, it is a defense as to how they governed after natural disasters. And it also highlights how poorly they have done and not thinking forward, because they have to defend their position, neighbor, against NaRRA, because what happens now is not just that the standard has increased, right? But also it's going to highlight. You see how Melissa come and highlight everything that happens in the West, specifically Westmoreland, how poor the people were treated. NaRRA is a Melissa in its capacity to highlight the systematic failures of the People's National Party for more than 18 and a half years. It will show inefficiencies, how they have had no impact, how slow they have done, right? And one of the major things, it will highlight their lack of intelligentsia within their governance, how they govern, when they were government, and also, neighbor, the current structure as to who is there, the 28 of them. They don't have the capabilities and the capacity to deliver something like a NaRRA, right? And this is going to show them up, because you realize they've not given any alternative. We're still waiting on that plan from Damien, the draft from Damien Crawford. We're 7 months, going 8 months now, right? We're still waiting on their after Melissa draft, while the government and Dr. Andrew Holness has taken a month to draft up NaRRA. Yes, it won't be perfect, but that is why it goes into Parliament to be debated and get the perspective of 6 to the 3 member of Parliament, and then goes to the Senate again, right? But it shows it is apples and oranges, neighbor. It shows how well.
Yeah. So far from undermining the case for NaRRA, the audit strengthens the case for NaRRA. Is that not correct?
100% correct, neighbor. 100%. But I can tell you, you definitely won't see that narrative being pushed, because I've seen a few minutes ago some chats, neighbor.
Yes.
Where people are saying more money for teeth. They don't want to spend the relief money and all of that. And it's to be honest, it's disheartening to know that I'm in a country and I'm seeing people on social media, which anybody around the world can read these comments, neighbor.
Yes, but
disheartening about that.
Yes. I'm sorry, Scratchy, but don't you think that sometimes the government is slow in coming out of the blocks to reframe and to take the lead in these types of narrative, because you can't allow these things to sit and not defend it, maybe I could throw that to Scratchy. The debate on NaRRA is going to shift over the next couple of days with the Auditor General report. Scratchy. The Auditor General report is suggesting that the majority of the funds collected by the government, that's the donations, is left unspent. But Scratchy, Jamaicans need to understand that the government is more than 11 billion in relief recovery contracts are already on the way, far exceeding the 1.44 billion in donations currently awaiting deployment through the traditional bureaucratic channels. It is not that there is not money, Scratchy. It is that the bureaucratic process is holding back the process. How is Jamaica and Jamaicans going to understand that?
Well, I mean, neighbor, it is going to be very difficult, neighbor, for Jamaicans to understand, neighbor, because a lot of Jamaicans, neighbor, don't understand the procurement guidelines. They don't understand the procurement.
So them just hear say 1.44 billion did it, and they did not spend.
And it not spend, yeah. They don't know the process, neighbor, to spend these money, neighbor. They don't know how difficult it is, neighbor. How much different channel, how much different person have to sign off on these money, neighbor, for this money to be spent. So a lot of persons won't understand. They're gonna say yes, the government have the money sit down and people are suffer, and people are hungry, and people want this. But they don't realize, neighbor, that we have an opposition, neighbor, who, based on the amount of money that is at the government's disposal, neighbor, is just waiting, neighbor, for this government, neighbor, to make some form of mishaps or some mistake, neighbor, to capitalize on it from a political standpoint. So the government, neighbor, to make sure, neighbor, that they dot all the I's, neighbor, that they cross all the T's, neighbor, even though in the bureaucratic system, neighbor, make sure that everything is done to T, neighbor, as it is supposed to. And if persons, neighbor, with goodwill and good thinking, neighbor, persons will even look now, neighbor, and say to themselves that the current procurement guidelines and the current bureaucracy in the system, neighbor, is preventing us from spending $1 billion. That imagine, neighbor, that show you, neighbor, all this thing, neighbor, is outdated, neighbor. How dysfunctional this procurement processes, and how out of style, out of touch it is, neighbor, to the reality of what is going on in our country. And it is definitely will show that we definitely need NaRRA, neighbor, because if the government is unable, neighbor, to spend $1 billion, neighbor,
wow,
because of its procurement process and procurement guideline, neighbor, that's total madness.
As a matter of fact, Darrell Bars did say that if he had waited for the bureaucratic process, we wouldn't get the Starlink. And I don't think that we would have backlight. We wouldn't have backlight yet either.
Neighbor, Jamaica bureaucratic process, neighbor, is a total need. It is unproductive, neighbor. It is costing us from a productive level. It is preventing us, neighbor, from advancing. Neighbor, the government can't even spend its infrastructure side of its budget, neighbor. Its capital side of its budget, certainly, neighbor, that has to do with the development of the country. The government can't spend that a year time because of the process where it takes, neighbor. The government spending start, neighbor, from March 31st to April 1st, or April 1st to March 31st, neighbor. 1 year the government have to spend this money, neighbor. And procurement process is taking 3 years and 4 years, neighbor. That is over 3 or 4 budget cycle when that money should be spent in a specific year and a specific budget. That's the real
NaRRA debate, you know, strategy. The real NaRRA debate, you know, is that the systems are fragmented and outdated and are holding back progress. The progress.
The system, neighbor, is anti-progressive, neighbor. It is an old, outdated system, neighbor. It is a system, neighbor, that was put in place, neighbor, to curb, neighbor, corruption back in the days, neighbor. It was a system that was put in place, neighbor, to curb the rampant politicizing and playing of taxpayers' money, neighbor. And Jamaicans, neighbor, our governance system must understand, neighbor, that the world has changed, neighbor. Accounting is much more easier now than it was, neighbor. It is much more easier to account for government spending. There are a lot more softwares that are out there. There are a lot more things, neighbor, from a technologically advanced standpoint, neighbor, that can fast track how government spend its money, neighbor, and can know whether mishaps happen in the farm or in the farm part, neighbor. It is an injustice to all of us, neighbor, as citizens of Jamaica. It is an injustice, neighbor, to Jamaica itself, neighbor, to know that we have a system that does not serve our best interest. Gone are the days in the neighbor when it was the opposite, you know, when we couldn't find the money.
Couldn't find the money, yes. Now we have the money.
Now we have the money, neighbor, and we have the money and we can't spend the money because of systems that we put in place, neighbor, because of how persons who in the government was at the time. How easy it was, neighbor, for government to go buy chandelier with government money, go buy furniture put in a house with government money. How easy it was, neighbor. That's why the system is like this. And it is full time now, neighbor. we will understand that that is not the government that is currently in power now. This government, neighbor, is a transparent one. This government, there's so many mechanisms, neighbor, of accountability in our system, neighbor, where the procurement guidelines and the procurement process should not be like this. Neighbor, you know that even a project that is considered as emergency still take time as well, neighbor.
Yes. Well,
even a project, neighbor, that even when they design it and say this is an emergency project, neighbor, it still take up a significant amount of time. It is total madness, neighbor. As Christopher Tufton said earlier, neighbor, we put these things in places like we're afraid of our own self, neighbor. What things that was done in the past, it is what is affecting us right now. And for Jamaica to move forward, neighbor, our current bureaucratic system and our current procurement guidelines and procurement system must fix, neighbor. It cannot be where it is so difficult to spend $1 billion Jamaican dollars or 20 billion Jamaican dollars within a 12-month period. That is total madness. We're holding back the people and set by the country. We talk about productivity. That's last productivity, neighbor. Because $20 billion, neighbor, 12 months ago is not $20 billion come 12 months forward. Inflation eat out piece of that.
Well, listen to us here tonight trying to do this, and I'm coming because I just got a propaganda flyer that the PNP has put out already. PNP put out propaganda flyer already. Listen to this.
Hey, this happened.
Hold on.
Not acceptable that 6.5 months after Melissa, with people still without roofs over their heads, yes, we have spent less than 2%, and certain procedures have not been followed.
Well,
it is unacceptable that 6.5 months after Melissa, with people still without roofs over their heads, yes, we have spent less than 2%. And
well, Scratchy, that's part of the problem we're going to have communicating, because when you have someone like Mr. Hughes framing it like that, that's the emotive part. That's the sensational part. 6.5 months after Melissa, we have only spent 2% of the money. That is raw meat, Scratchy. And that is part of the problem that the government have in communicating, Scratchy, because nothing else that is going to be said after this will correct that,
Yeah, sometimes it's not what you say, neighbor, it's how you say it and where you say it. And I think, neighbor, that sometimes our language that comes out of media, neighbor, sometimes it is too broad, it is left for too much speculation, neighbor.
Yes.
It is not sent out in a way, neighbor, where it is very definitive, and I understand exactly what is coming out of these journalists more, neighbor. Sometimes I feel that the language, neighbor, they leave the language in a certain way, neighbor, for a person to speculate. And what speaking in a country like Jamaica, neighbor, speculation can interpret misinformation.
Yeah, because when you're going to say that people have tarpaulin over them head and the money can't spend, I mean, in truth and in fact, that's not the story, Scratchy.
No, neighbor, that's definitely not the story, neighbor. We have a government, neighbor, we have an opposition, neighbor, where despite the opposition calling for the government to do this and calling for the government to do that, neighbor, if the government don't follow the guidelines, neighbor, that are put in place, neighbor, the same opposition, neighbor, who was calling for speedy recovery and speedy spending, neighbor, this is the same opposition who's going to come, neighbor, and try to chastise the government and try to paint corruption or malpractice and the government, neighbor, for political gain. So the government, neighbor, to be steadfast, neighbor, in what it is doing, neighbor. The government cannot be stupid, neighbor. The government have to understand what is going on. The government has to make sure that they, as I said before, neighbor, that all the I's and cross all the T's. Everything is done to the core, neighbor. We have an auditor general, neighbor, who is not afraid to mince her words, neighbor. She herself, neighbor, sometimes her reports, neighbor, are so wide and broad, neighbor, and it's open for so much speculation, neighbor, where she doesn't try to make it as definitive as best as possible. So again, the government has to make sure we have an integrity commission, neighbor, who will see what this integrity commission has done to the Prime Minister, neighbor, in terms of the investigation on him, neighbor. And it is very clear as day that the Integrity Commission doesn't favor this current government, neighbor. So this government is also at a disadvantage, neighbor, in terms of the watchdogs, neighbor. The watchdogs, neighbor, set out this thing, neighbor, as if this government is a government that they cannot trust. And And that is so sad, neighbor, coming from our watchdogs, neighbor. I think our watchdogs, neighbor, some of their pronouncement, some of the statements that come from them, neighbor, they kind of cloud our judgment to neighbor. They kind of allow persons to form their own speculation and their own judgment against the government. Because the word that is coming from some of these watchdogs, neighbor, is too broad and it is not definitive enough. It don't try to make the government because they say, yes, this is what is going. They leave persons to speculate, neighbor. They leave room, neighbor, where things can look like mishaps or malpractices being going on. And that's why I am not pleased with these watchdogs, because as a watchdog, neighbor, I think your sole objective, neighbor, to go in, neighbor, and try to find out if there's any form of mishaps. If you go in, neighbor, and there's no mishaps, I don't think that should be any problem. You should have a kick going in and try to say, yes, my man, I come forward now, You make it seem that there's definitely something there. So when you see even the Auditor General, neighbor, come out, neighbor, and spoke during Hurricane Melissa, and said that they are watching every standard that is being spent, neighbor. Those are things that those pronouncements don't sit well, neighbor.
Hold on there for me, Scratchy. Look what the PNP, well, I don't know if the PNP put it out, but they have jumped on this 1.44 billion in support initiative, but as at February, only 1.8 of the money was spent. Now 6 months, going 7 months, Marlon is coming to say the Auditor General report will show the need for NaRRA. Scratchy, let me tell you this. The government need support to get its message out to the people, Scratchy. It does. It does need support, and the government also have to be careful in its messaging to ensure that it is explaining it is a problem. It's a problem. I see a problem coming in, Scratchy. If the government does not get a hold of this communication, because you hear this coming from Mr. Cliff Hughes. Listen to him again.
It is unacceptable that 6.5 months after Melissa, with people still without roofs over their heads, yes, we have spent less than 2%. And certain procedures have not been followed, especially where the financial sector institutions are concerned. Amounts totaling nearly $16 million withheld between October and December 2025 were due to be transferred to ADPEM by mid-February 26. But none of the withheld funds had been transferred up to March 9, 2026. Now that is a kind of bureaucratic red tape, that we need to cut through and get rid of. Because people of Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Hanover are suffering. That is the real problem, the real beer in the room. More powers to Pamela Monroe Ellis and the Auditor.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. Boy, I don't know. Harry?
Yes, neighbor. I can tell you, neighbor, that is the media version of Cliff Hughes, because remember, you also do a business. This is also business, and neighbor, you need to compete. And I think those words are intentional. One of the examples I'll use, neighbor, Cliff Hughes that had to pull in Janet Calder, who carefully and strategically said funds were missing, and he wrote that and brought her to public justice. I don't want to frame it for her to correct what she said. And what I get from what Cliff is saying, neighbor, is building up so you can go and listen to it tomorrow morning at I think 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. I can almost guarantee that. And then he's going to lay down the information in detail. But the problem with that is people's attention span.
Absolutely.
This
And
is the shortest.
yeah, so it's the first 15 seconds.
Exactly. And then nobody's going to follow it up in a neighbor to go 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock a morning to go listen to him explain it all and to ask proper questions. Right? This is going to be the clickbait that everybody's going to run with. I can put my life savings and my life on the line. That the People's National Party, bloggers, surrogates, and everybody on social media from 5 o'clock this evening.
Yes.
Going straight back to tomorrow morning. Is running with that thing.
But I know, but that's what I'm trained to you. No. Why it is that a modern government wouldn't have taken that report, called a press conference, and explain it to the people before the propagandists start to run with it? Why?
Well, I'll flip that neighbor. My thing with it is an information like this. Why hasn't Minister of Information? This is one of the things why I was saying Minister of Information should have a ministry by itself, you know.
Yes.
Because I'm going to put that in a bureaucratic red tape too. Because understand this, the person who has always over the Ministry of Information has another part of his or her portfolio to look at, and normally it's a very hard portfolio to deal with. But if you have Ministry of Information itself taking the information, they can hop onto these things faster than any other ministry, right? And they can come out if they want to conference, if they want to take the PMP's model, well, local conferences, as Scratchy says, stress conference, they can call upon these things and do it. So when it is broken, they should come. Just like how you have news at file with nationwide.
Absolutely.
The moment this is put out, Ministry of Information should come out, news at 3 or breaking news, or whatever they want to title it, to ensure that you kill it before it comes up. Because at this very our neighbor, right? This is prime time, between 5 o'clock when it's broken, come straight back to 8 o'clock, going 9 o'clock. This is rinsing. People stuck in a traffic that come from work will hear this.
Yes, and hold on. I'm getting information live here as I speak to you. It is the viral PNP moment all over social media. What the PNP is running with is that the government is holding on to the money and they can't spend it. Scratchy, help me out here because I'm confused. Hello? Oh, well, Scratchy.
Yes, neighbor.
Scratchy, we're going to have to do a better job in this real-time information world, Scratchy, where as soon as something hits media, you have to jump on it. You have to jump on it, explain what it means, get people to see the nuances, and prepare them for the propaganda.
Neighbor, that can be done, neighbor, but that can be done, neighbor, in a country, neighbor, where persons are keen, neighbor, on issues, persons are keen on policies, and persons are keen on information, neighbor. Not in Jamaica, neighbor. Persons don't care about information in Jamaica. Persons are more concerned about the messenger, neighbor, than the message. That is what.
So all they're going to see here is that the government get the money and not spend it. That's all.
That's all they're going to see, neighbor. The government get the money. The government could have come and explain what they want to explain till Jesus Christ come a morning, neighbor. That's not going to go nowhere. All the who's are going to be against this, and all the who's going to talk against this are persons who support the People's National Party. And no matter what the government come and say, neighbor, they are not going to back down. They're going to continue to push their talking point. So sometimes, neighbor, I always tell you, the neighbor, that I look at Jamaica totally different, neighbor, than how I look at every other country. I'm not in a bad way to say I'm bringing down or bashing my country, neighbor. But I know how politically divided my country is, neighbor. I know how tribal my country is from a political standpoint, neighbor. I know how my country receives information from a policy. I know that whenever information is dispensed from the government in my country, neighbor, it is received from a political standpoint, neighbor. If I am a PNP, I don't take on to whatever is coming from the government that I don't support.
Yes.
If I am JLP, I take it on and back it. That is how
Wrong tribalism.
Wrong tribalism, neighbor. That is just the reality, neighbor. So no matter what the government want to come with a morning, when the government want to come with a evening, You're not going to stop Derek Wall from come say what you want to say. You're not going to stop Mama San from come say what she want to say. You're not going to stop Al Johnston Ryman from go on a radio program tomorrow and say what you want to say. You're not going to stop Colin Bell from say what you say. Nobody here will ever stop from say what they want to say, neighbor. Even if the government come out and make a correction and say this is what, none of them not going to stop. Because that is how information is done in Jamaica, neighbor. Information is received, neighbor, based on your political allegiance, neighbor. That is how it is done.
No mention Ingram.
Not even mention Ingram, neighbor. They want to pick him like from 8 o'clock.
No mention Ingram.
It no matter where the government wants it. And again, neighbor, the language, neighbor, when you go tell a man about bureaucracy, neighbor, Jamaicans, the majority of Jamaicans can't spell bureaucracy. You come tell him what is bureaucracy. But I ask you, come tell him about bureaucracy.
Yeah.
You have the money to spend, you tell him about bureaucracy. So, when I talk about bureaucracy, I tell him about red tape and all of them things, I tell him about procurement process. Who understand that? The common citizen of Jamaica don't understand none of that shit.
Yes.
So let's see what language.
No.
The common citizen of Jamaica don't understand none of that, neighbor. They don't understand no procurement.
And nor do they business with it.
I now do their business with it, neighbor. So Daryl Vaz, Andrew Honest, Desmond McKenzie, all of them, all 35 member of Parliament could have gone on every radio station and every TV station a morning and correct what is being done and why the $1.8 billion was spent. It won't do nothing. It won't go nowhere because his comrades were going to come out tomorrow and against it. It is comrades who are going to come out and talk against it, and they're going to continue to talk. It is just going to be a tit for tat. So sometimes it is best to just allow these things to just die in the air and just try to show action over it, because I can tell you, Jamaica is not like any other jurisdiction. Jamaica is not like a country where people sit down here and listen to the Prime Minister, the leader of that country, and say, I hear what the Prime Minister say. When the Prime Minister come and talk, you got I lie, I tell him I labor, I pay me, I pay him, I hear what my Prime Minister. Those are the rhetoric I got here. Say no matter, neighbor, the government could have want to do what they want to do. Government have to stay steadfast, government have to try to stay focused, neighbor. And Andrew Michael Wallace, neighbor, and his cabinet, neighbor, must understand, neighbor, that they are the government of the day, neighbor. And whatever changes must be made, neighbor, towards the procurement guidelines, towards the bureaucracy across Jamaica, neighbor. It is up to them, neighbor, to take that change and make that change. And it must be done in a way, neighbor, that is transparent and a way that is corruption-free, because it is clear as day that the bureaucracy and the red tape, neighbor, is preventing the government from moving. When I hear people, look upon even when the hurricane just hit, and you hear people and say, the government no do nothing. Grace Kennedy run out before the government. Oh, that man neighbor run out before the government. That is neighbor personal funds. Neighbor can go talk to him wife and loan and say, pay to want to spend 300,000 and sentence. And she says, okay. Grace Kennedy can't just decide to run here by now 20 minutes board meeting. So we're going to spend $10 million on sentence that it spend. That is not how government spend. Government don't have that power to spend that way. Government spending is set up totally different here, because it is taxpayers' money. It is money that is budgeted for, and every single dollar that is spent must be accounted for. Now, my problem with me, neighbor, with the system is, if you spend $10, neighbor, and you spend $10 to buy Starlinks, neighbor, and then you can account and say, all right, so the $10 here for the Starlinks, neighbor, I don't care what just was buy to get the Starlink, them, neighbor. I don't care. As long as they can say yes, $10 is really spent for the Starlink them. Why no you as the Auditor General or whosoever now create one big hippie parade and come out publicly and say, government breach procurement guidelines. Government did not follow this procedure. They did not let this person sign off on it. Auditor General, I don't want to hear that. Did the $10 buy the Starlink them? Yes. Can you account for the Starlink them? Yes. Do you see the Starlink them? Yes. Then shut up, Auditor General. I don't want to hear nothing from you. Yeah, but the system is set up in a way where we're not going to understand it and we don't like it. And the system.
Asking everyone to repost the live, please.
Well, fantastic.
Also,
that is why we have a system like this.
Screen and share the live, please.
Yeah.
We have a system like this now because our thief PNP was neighbor. Conniving PNP was. So it's like neighbor, it's like you have your own money neighbor and you hide your money neighbor and you hide your money so good you hide the money from all yourself neighbor. When the time you spend the money and search the money you can't find it. That is exactly what is going on with our procurement process neighbor. The PNP them was so thief and corruption was so rampant in the 90s. when man take government money go buy chandelier put in our house, man take government money go buy furniture put in our house. That is why our procurement system is like this with all of these different layers of accountability. All of it, some of it is repetitive, neighbor. Some of it make no sense. It's only stopping the progress and the advancement of Jamaica. And in this day and age, with the advancement of technology, neighbor, I don't think that Jamaica will. I don't think we have certain things on the right level. It's like we are still behind.
Yeah.
We still have the business from a back of our standpoint.
Yeah, you're quite right. Over on YouTube, KC583 says, I donated to the government for the hurricane. I trust them to spend the money. What's the problem? People are getting money. They have food. They are getting housing. Is anyone complaining? Well, KC, it's a challenge here, and I think that this matter here is going to be ballooning over the next couple of days. The propagandists are already out suggesting that the government got the money and has not spent it. 14 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're still here. Protecting Jamaica, good evening to you. You're on TikTok.
Good evening, neighbor. Good evening, Scratchy. Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Protect Team, but you're a bit low over on this side.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, neighbor, first one quarrel with Marlon.
Yes.
Good.
Not hearing you. He's breaking up. Hold on. He's breaking up. Joshua, hold on there for me on TikTok. Protecting Jamaica, what you say? Hello? Hello? I think he is I think he's referring to this, Mr. Morgan went on a play. I think he's referring to this.
Hold on. You're not going to come here and done something, listeners. Right? The edge. Hold on. Marlon, I host the program here and I'm going to have the discussion. You're not going to come here and have Marlon, you're forcing me to stop talking. Hold on. You're not going to come here and done something, listeners. Right? The edge. Hold on. Marlon, I host the program here and I'm going to have the discussion. You're not going to come here. No, hold on. You're not going to come here and done something, listeners. Right? The edge. Hold on. Marlon, I host the program here and I'm going to have the discussion. You're not going to come here and have Marlon, you're forcing me to stop talking to you, because I don't know. You're not the host here. I am hosting the program. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir.
Well, this is such a letdown. Such a letdown. Feel so embarrassed that the good senator allowed himself to be called a dunce. Boy, I tell you. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to start with Marlon, neighbor.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I want to start with him. Conrad O'Brien have a right to call him dunce. Because you see, yeah man, have a right to call him dunce. A good for him. I want to know when I talk, I'm going to take it back. I put forward what I strongly believe in the perspective. A good for him, neighbor and listeners. I remember when I came on the space and it was leading up to the election and we tried like hell forget people like Marlon to come share with us. Those days we were running 12-hour, 18-hour lives.
On TikTok? On TikTok?
On TikTok, yes. And we tried to get him on many occasions.
Oh my God.
To come on quite a few other platforms that we were doing marathon lives, and we try to get him even for an half an hour to come and do some discussion.
1 second, please. Neighbor.
Yes.
YouTube is complaining they're not hearing protecting well.
Okay, let me try and see if I can move the equipment a little. Oh God. Hold on there. Let me see if I can help them out. Go ahead now. Go ahead now.
And we tried. It got to a point where Marlon wouldn't even take a call. And a few of the members started to get a little bit frustrated and miserable. I have to talk to them and say, listen, man, you know I'm busy and you know you have to have whole heap of meetings and all. You know me, I try to find some excuse. Because I didn't want to support the argument that says that he does not want to come and support the marathon lives that we were doing in support of the party. Are we in the trenches?
You are saying to me that you reached out to Mr. Morgan.
Not me personally. We have people who we have to do them thing there because me anonymous and me going to be anonymous for the next 100 years. No, a good for him. Because Conrad O'Brien and nobody. Conrad O'Brien, right now if you put up a cow, a bullfoot and an A in front of him, good as can identify.
And him call the man dunce.
Yes, Conrad O'Brien are the dunces sitting where make since God start make people. In dunce. And I have no apology to say that Conrad O'Brien are the dunces man for mainstream media.
Well?
He made empty like a bucket where go a well when I no bottom. That's Conrad O'Brien. And for Marlon Morgan, for subject himself, you see, Conrad never sent call him, him go jump on Conrad program.
Yes.
And I continue to say, neighbor, that the Jamaica Labour Party is not reading the world properly. Hello, for sure your PMP serious in a neighbor. PMP hire expert, you know. For study landscapes for them, you know. For tell them how to proceed, you know. Why they can't get some sensible people for study the world, study the society? Right now, the Jamaica Labour Party, the party itself can put on a podcast to espouse its own argument. No. A whole lot more of this is going to come, neighbor. You know why?
Yes.
A lot of people in the society are vexed with the fact that the current government was voted in for a third term. Them upset. You hear Nikisha Burchell gone in a parliament, gone talk about True Glean and lockdown. Yes, you hear the dishonesty she brought into the parliament. When the Jamaica Labour Party made a conscious decision to put ads on TVJ, RGR and Gleaner, while the PMP decided that they were not going to put one paid ad over nationwide because the nationwide split the middle and their fear.
Yeah. So what are you saying about Mr. Morgan? He ought not to go there.
Put himself into that position. Of all the journalists where you figure try to have a conversation with, you choose the dunces man on radio, then you know put yourself in a position to call you dunce man. Mr. Morgan should be ashamed of himself. Oh. The whole JLP should be ashamed today. The government should be embarrassed.
Oh my God.
Yes, neighbor. They should be embarrassed.
Oh my God.
Because the trenches where we needed especially him.
Well.
Shun the group of people who were depending on him. I mean, people cause real bad word. When he disappointed, at one point we thought that he was going to come and he disappointed them. Some real bad word did a split.
Oh my God.
And me cuss bad word enough when me attack. Uncle over here, me no cuss none. So just to show you, he deserved what he got. You see, there's a difference between journalism and political communication. I mean, I think them understand it. Because you have some journalists in the JLP, them don't realize them have practiced journalism. And they don't realize that the demographic that politically you should be communicating to it now reach them. Which rich man you see
Other than out of Delroy Chuck constituency and Fayetteville constituency, which rich man you see go turn up in a line about them a vote? At the grassroots people in them dirty clothes in them one pair of boat and then one suit of clothes go turn up in a line and vote for party. And them if a message to. And them if a reach down to. The man with that bush at the time and listen nationwide because of this fair journalism practice. He have in radio, in battery in radio. That's where you should go to reach the people you need to reach. Who do you expect listen to Conrad O'Brien? Who? That empty-head piece of crap. Who you expect listen to him? Him not a brain in him head. Tell me, who do you expect listen to his program? As Scratchy say, the comrade, them are going to listen to the comrade thing. And the comrade, them are going to support the comrade thing. Where the hell you do over there? So you can't go change one of them, the empty-head people, where you listen to an empty-head presenter. There is something else that Scratchy say when we don't agree with. If we should hold the position continuously, that because you might not reach 1 million people every time you put some information out there, you should not be bothered with it. I am more concerned about that 23% in the middle who support any political party who works on the issues that affect them. The poll for almost 2 years leading up to the last election highlighted those people. At one point it did that 22%, then it went up to 23%. No, those people are not identified with 1P, one side or the other. So, should we just abandon them because if the JLP says something, it only go appeal to JLP members, and if the PMP says something, it only go appeal to PMP members? What about those people in the society who really need to understand? Them not plug into the politics, them not listen news religiously. But if a concerted effort is made to message to them so that they can understand what is happening in the country and how it is happening from the perspective of the government, they will support the government's program. Are we just going to abandon them? Because only JLP are going to listen to JLP and PMP are going to listen to PMP? A matter of fact, 10 years ago, that number in the middle was about 8%. So it means, therefore, that these people who does not identify with one party or the other, the number is growing. They will vote on the issues. And we should consider them. And that is the reason why I am a strong advocate for very strong and robust public information campaign. At the end of the day, you know what happened the last time, neighbor? The government sit down on its backside and allow the PMP alone to message. And you know what happened? Me hear from inside the party. The PMP took over the landscape so much and it was so convincing that even labor rights started to become convinced. Why? Because there was no message coming from the side of the party that the labor rights support. The messaging started late. And what were they doing? Before them going a full track for full campaigning, them have to play clean up and have award ceremonies for the disenchanted labor rights.
Well,
we need to have sense. We need to have sense and realize that the politics is not like in the 70s and 80s. The politics is becoming more and more decentralized. The politics is becoming such an important thing that if you stay up on the sideline too long and think, say, okay, no problem, man. 2 months before election, we just go warm up at the ground. Make PMP practice that. It's a more mature demographic that we're catering to now. And when I say mature, I'm talking about we have more educated people in Jamaica now, even though we have a lot of dunces, you know. We have more people who go to school now. We have more people who can read and write now. We have more people now
who understands some things about the politics, might not everything. But we need to be careful. And we need to approach the politics in a way that makes sense. And Marlon Morgan, like a dog gone over the neighbor yard, the neighbor have a right to chew hot water upon him backside. Melanders of now.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Well, you said a lot there. Let's jump over to YouTube and pick up Joshua. Joshua John, hi.
Greetings to you, neighbor, to the moderators, and to the rest of your panelists, as well as the listeners, both present and future. There's a scripture in the Bible that I'll begin with, without quoting the scripture, but in Genesis, starting from Genesis chapter 6, Noah warned for the longest while that a flood was coming. But because the earth had never experienced a flood before and the people had never seen a flood before, they disbelieved and never heeded the warning. Whether you're religious or not, there's a lesson for us all to learn from this. And the simple lesson is that not because we have never seen something happen before, doesn't mean that it will never happen. We have to understand that paradigm shifts through history. We have different periods of history, and as history progresses, then you are going to have different paradigm shifts. And after, I have no choice for the benefit of the nation to do something that I really don't want to do, and that is to disagree with Scratchy tonight. I've been around the politics long enough, and yes, Jamaica is a different kind of nation. But I've observed some of the things that protecting says will happen that has already happened in this nation. The JLP leading up to the 2007 general election was the most unpopular party from 2002 coming up to 2007 because of the division within the party. They were dead in the water, and no one thought that they would ever be resurrected, as it were. Even the PNP wrote them off. But there was a man known as Bruce Golding that started churning up the ground from 1998. He went from door to door, and by the time it got around to 2007, we know what it was. 9 years later, he became Prime Minister. Mark Golding is no different, and I think by ignoring Mark Golding, we're doing so to our detriment. Not just Mark Golding, but the PNP in and of itself is no different. We're doing so to our own detriment. And when we think that remaining silent, it's what I describe as a kind of fallacy in believing that ignoring lies and misinformation will eventually silence the opponent's voice. It never does. History never doesn't agree with that. And the history, I gave you one instance of such. The other one is Nazi Germany. When Hitler assumed the leadership of the Socialist Party in Nazi Germany at the time, he was deeply unpopular. Nobody wanted him. You couldn't sell him nothing for 1 cent because nobody wanted him. The first thing he created was Hitler Youths. And having created the Hitler Youth, he started on the same journey that the PNP is using right now, which is a series of propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation. And he eventually got into the ears of the people, and the purpose of the misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda was to erode confidence in the then government who was doing their work. It's not that they were not doing their work, because after World War I, they had started rebuilding Germany. But because of the consistency, and the then government was ignoring Hitler, thinking that he would not have made any inroads, he managed to erode confidence in the then ruling party, who was government, and eventually assume leadership of Germany. History sets the stage for what is going to happen in the future. And pride is a very cruel thing. It is more cruel than the EATH itself. And why do I say this? Because Locally, and this is the final example I'm giving, leading up to the 2016 general election, the PNP was 8 points ahead of the JLP. It was a sure win for the PNP. There was absolutely no way they could have lost based on the polls. But Bobby Pickersgill made one statement, which is similar to what we're doing right now. It may not have been the same thing, but it's quite similar, and we have to learn from history. When asked about it, in a nutshell, he said that he is not worried.
Yes.
Because this is just an articulate minority. That's what he stated. So, in other words, we don't watch the noise. We are going to cross this hurdle. And that's what the JLP is saying right now. We have Andrew Holness. We're going to cross this hurdle. Right? I was one of those that began organizing. I went into the universities. I went on the buses, parked my car and went on the buses. And I organized people to get out the PNP because I was convinced that they were bad for Jamaica based on their history. And every time that the subject came up, I would play the tape and I would point them back to that tape and say, listen, them don't rate, you know. Them don't respect, you know, because they think that they must win. I'm saying to Labour, stop it. It is a foolish game to play. And I will say this, my friends. I am annoyed. Not just at the PNP, not just at the party, but at us bloggers who have that position. I'm singing on fourth term. We need to stop it. Because we're setting up ourselves. It's like having a crime plan and telling the criminals that you have a crime plan. Let the criminals know. The criminals obviously know you have a crime plan, but don't tell them you have one and then roll it out. And when we begin to say fourth term, what you're giving the PNP a chance to do is to use it as an opportunity to mobilize its troops. To say, see it, them no business with them, no. All them have their mind on is the fourth term. And we need to stop it. It is foolish. It is not wise, and we need to stop it. Focus on building, yes, but focus on countering the lies. Because a lie left unchallenged eventually become true. And we need to challenge the lies. This thing about sticking our head in the stand and pretending like it's not there. It is dangerous, and we need to stop it. Very dangerous. It's nonsense, man. And it's full time at the party listen to us and stop the garbage. I have listened to this nonsense. You know, I don't want to go down this road, but this thing about party members, senators, and MPs going on PNP Live, it should never happen. Because they're thinking that, boy, they carry what numbers and what numbers and what numbers. They need to understand that they carry the numbers. And when they go on PNP Live, they only make it more popular. Come on the live that is going to listen to you and not try to embarrass you. The crowd will follow you. And then your message can go out instead of people distorting your message. We don't understand what communication is. We don't understand it. We know how to campaign, but we don't understand politics. Two different things. They are related, but they are not one and the same. Just as marketing and advertisement are two different things. And with all due respect to Senator Abka Fitz-Sendley, and I want to put a disclaimer before. Abka Fitz-Sendley, Senator.
A delightful showcase of young.
Hold on. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Joshua.
That's all right. Senator Abka Fitz-Sendley is a journalist. There's a difference between being a journalist and a communicator. Two different roles. They both try to get a message out, but they require two different skill sets. And I listen to the good senator, who's somebody I admire, right? And he's using journalism strategies to reach people in an avenue where he should be communicating. What the JLP need is a communication strategist, not a journalist leading the communication task force. Because the journalist thinks that they have to speak to the people themselves. No! You are the CEO of that task force. What you need to do is mobilize people, come up with a strategy, and then deploy the people to get the job done. And we need to stop it, man. I have sent a message over 2 weeks now to the relevant persons indicating that I need to reach them and nobody has responded. We're not serious about the fourth term or being in government.
You mean people within the party, sir?
People within the party, over 2 weeks now, I have sent a message. Send WhatsApp message, and I hope they are listening. Because I have concerns. Right? And they sit on their laurels. And they need to understand that if they're not in governance, they can't run Jamaica. Cannot.
But Joshua, you sound angry, man.
Of course I am, man. I'm very angry. I'm very angry, sir. Nonsense. We need to stop it. We need to stop this garbage, man. Enough is enough, man. We're out there, listen, man, protecting myself and others. When they were telling lies on the Prime Minister, he was very kind when he said 12-hour days. We were not running 12-hour days. We were running 24-hour shifts. A group of about 20 of us. 24-hour shifts defending the country and the Prime Minister against the lies. Right? Some of us have worked 5 o'clock and we're up until 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't get no sleep. I have to go to work, sleep the same way. I know these people that we are fighting for to keep them in power for the benefit of Jamaica refuse to listen to us. Enough is enough, man. So, listen, man.
Yes, Scratchy?
Yes, neighbor. Neighbor, I can say neighbor is that for me, neighbor, it's one of the good things about politics, neighbor. Politics, neighbor, communication in politics, neighbor, is not like if you have an organization or a company, neighbor, and you communicate to your staff, neighbor, and your staff get the memo, or they get the message, neighbor, and that message is passed on and it is followed to the team, neighbor. Communication in politics is totally different, neighbor. Neighbor, communication is so broad, neighbor, where the government can come, neighbor, and put out any amount of information that they want, neighbor. It is up to me, who is the receiver, neighbor, what I do with that information. Whether I take that information, I push that information one side, or I don't want to hear that information. That is how communication in politics work. Not because you're the prime minister, it don't necessarily mean that you come and keep a press conference and you come say something, everybody's going to listen. Neighbor, whatever is done, neighbor, none of us on this platform here, no matter what we say, no matter what we do, we cannot stop Andre Stevens from go live tomorrow and the millions them, neighbor, to follow suit with him and say, yes, the government have the money and now spend it. Neighbor, we must remember, you know why I can't beat the government to a certain level, neighbor? We must remember, neighbor, Joshua talk about lies being told on the Prime Minister and say lies must be attacked right away. Neighbor, this is a 3-term government. If the government was so poor at communication, why is the government a 3-term government? Why this government want 3 consecutive elections as a poor communicator? Neighbor, we have to put things in context, neighbor. The Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor, it's not an I hear person that say everything PNP said the government must come out. Neighbor, the government cannot come out and attack everything that the PNP say. Sometimes, neighbor, it takes 2 to tango. And sometimes when the PNP have a strategy, neighbor, where they want to create public discourse and public discussion and public debate and government topics, neighbor, in the public sphere. And sometimes the government back away from that, neighbor, because it takes 2 to quarrel and it takes 2 to tango. So inside the government, go out there, neighbor, and go all in the mud with them. The government choose, neighbor, to be the government of the day and focus on its issues and focus on its policy. This is a 3rd-term government. If it's a 3rd-term government and them so bad at communication, why are they why they want 3 consecutive elections, neighbor? I'm not going to tell us that everything is perfect, neighbor. Or there isn't always room for improvement, neighbor. But for us to come on this platform, neighbor, and bash the government as if the government is poor to the maximum level in terms of its communication, neighbor, that is total madness. That is total madness. Information is put out there, neighbor, and it is up to me as to what I want to do with that information. I can listen to that information and take on to it, or I can shut my ears and say I don't want to hear it because I don't have an agenda. And a lot of Jamaicans, what we don't understand, persons are not taking the information, neighbor, on a level-headed basis, neighbor. Persons are receiving the information, neighbor, with a level of judgment being clouded already. They have an hidden agenda already. Persons, whether they want to in the public sphere as journalists, they have a hidden agenda already. Whether you're a little common man, you have a hidden agenda already. It's about the PNP. So no matter what the government say, now go work with that. Neighbor, we have to understand that information coming from political standpoint, neighbor, is seen different and is taken different, neighbor, than if you know an organization work with 40 people and the boss release a memo and everybody get the information, everybody have to work with the boss. Protecting JA spoke earlier, neighbor, about the 23% who consider themselves to be non-partisan. Well, I'm going to tell you about this 23%. This 23% have the skill, they have the ability, and they have the will, neighbor, to go and get the information themselves and know right from wrong. This 23% is the 23% neighbor that can research themselves. This 23% neighbor will call themselves, I gotta say all of them, but majority of them neighbor persons who call themselves undecided neighbor, they know right from wrong, neighbor. And whether we want to believe it or not, majority of these persons are in line with the Jamaica Labour Party and the government, neighbor. These persons know when campaign, no propaganda. These persons know facts. It's not like, you know what, it's all one? Why the PNP don't target this 23% neither? The PNP only target the people at the bottom of the barrel, neighbor, because they know that that is where their base is and that is where they can do it, neighbor. What the PNP is trying to do is a political ploy, neighbor, to come with the attacks, and then now the Jamaica Labour Party, the government, rush in now and start it, and there's a public discourse now in the public domain, and there's a tit for tat, neighbor. The government, led by Andrew Michael Lonis, neighbor, is taking a total different approach. The Jamaica Labour Party, led by Andrew Michael Lonis, neighbor, change the political landscape of the Jamaica, neighbor. The political style that was the PNP using, that is what we are used to in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. The Jamaica Labour Party is taking a step from that, neighbor. This combative style of politics, the Jamaica Labour Party is moving from that. Now you're going to say to me, scratch your foolishness, you talk. I cannot be talking foolishness. I can lie, everybody can lie, neighbor, but the results don't lie. This is a third-term government. 3 consecutive elections won. Poor communication and still won 3 consecutive elections. What that said to you then about your opposition? The message coming from your opposition is not going anywhere then. Whatever propaganda or thing is coming from the opposition, it is not going anywhere. It is being fallen on deaf ears and it is diatic. Neighbor, look around the man, neighbor. Let's be real with yourself, no man, and look around the man. When time the government hear people are talk, who is talking? Neighbor, people who support the PNP, we expect the people not going to do. You think Andrea Stevens are going to come tomorrow and come talk good about NaRRA? You think Ingram will come click cream like a man and talk good about NaRRA? It is PNP. It is PNP. What do you guys expect? They are going to politicize it. It is politics and you can skew things and you can politicize things. Information, neighbor, is up to you what you do with information. It's the greatest thing, neighbor. The government put the information out there. Whether the government want to do it in a town or setting, whether the government want to do it in a general meeting setting, whether the government want to do it to social media, whether the government want to do it to formal media, the information is out there, neighbor, and it's up to you what you want to do with it. A majority of Jamaicans, neighbor, don't have no interest, neighbor, in these information that is coming from the political landscape. And we must be fair and we must be honest, neighbor. Jamaicans don't have no interest in politics until it is politics time, neighbor. That is the total reality of Jamaica, neighbor. So whatever government wants to say and whatever opposition wants to say, neighbor, look on the live. Look across social media. Look across social media. Why we don't have 20,000 Jamaicans over here so listening to us right now? Why Kids Live don't have one next 10, 15,000 people a listener? Why Madam Speaker Mountain have one next 10,000 listener? Because the appetite is not there for these type of information. It's only a small demographic group of people want to hear this information, neighbor. And we must come to that reality. It's not everybody in Jamaica want to hear about this. Jamaicans are only inclined to politics rare when it's politics time. Right now, majority of the citizens of Jamaica don't want to hear nothing about this, neighbor. They have no interest in it. Government information is seem boring. The language that is used from government, it is not seem readily acceptable by the common person, neighbor. And no matter what, neighbor, the common man receive information, neighbor, based on his political allegiance, neighbor. The common man buy into information, neighbor, based on his political allegiance, neighbor. The same way all the government announced increase in part program, the same way all the government announced increase in the minimum wage is the same way the government release every other information. So why when part increase everybody in a Jamaica and them granny know? Why when minimum wage increase everybody in a Jamaica and them granny know? And the government know nothing different. It's the same avenues, the same channel they use. Neighbor, information coming from a political landscape, neighbor, or a political stage is taken, neighbor, with bias. It is taken with some form of bias, neighbor. If I am not in line with that government, if I don't share the belief and the vision of that government, whatever information that government is spreading, if I can twist it, if I can turn it, neighbor, to the best of my ability because I don't like the information and I don't like the government, I am going to do that. And there is nothing where you can do to combat that because it's already put out there. And my minions, them who follow me, and my minions, them who like me, already take on to the fact and skew your information. So when you come keep an express conference a morning and say you try to rebut what me say, my minions, them don't care. My minions, them don't take on to what me say already. Yeah, but politics is a different ball game. They think this government is fool. They think the government not no sense. It's a third-term government we are dealing with, you know. Or if you cost the government every day about communication, the government won 3 consecutive elections. That simply means that him competitor is no match to him. Whatever his competitor is doing, it is not causing no effect. It don't have no ripple effect on the electorate in Jamaica. Whatever PNP do. PNP fall for them own sword, neighbor. It is a political plot. It is a political ply by the People's National Party to misinform Jamaicans and for to create a tit-for-tat debate out there in our society. Neighbor, the best thing Andrew Michael Owens did was when time the Integrity Commission and the PNP come at him was to remain silent. It take 2 to quarrel here. It take 2 to, and I can tell you, if Andrew Wallace had entered a tit for tat with the PNP, doing over that Integrity Commission thing, neighbor, it would have caused more questions than answers. It would have left more questions than answers. The best thing Andrew Wallace ever did, neighbor. I don't want to take the Prime Minister for the Jamaica Labour Party as a fool, you know. I don't want to feel like the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party is a man and have sense, you know. This is a Prime Minister who know books and know the street. He know to read the game and know exactly what he's doing. We have to understand, neighbor, that we cannot silence the PNP. It's 2 political parties in Jamaica, and both of them will always be relevant once there is one. You will always have a JLP once there's a PNP, and you will always have PNP once there's a JLP, neighbor. And whether you want to believe it or not, them have them supporters, them have people who support them. So look around the sphere and tell me who want to say attack bad against the government. Now the same people always do it. Yeah. Whosoever considered neighbor as non-participant neighbor, these are the people neighbor who have the ability neighbor to dissect government information neighbor, have a full understanding of government information. So we must understand that communication coming from a political party or from a government neighbor is taken neighbor, or I should say is received with some form of bias. It is received with bias. When time PNP didn't have power neighbor, I never want you to know what PNP said either. Me never want you to know what PNP said either when time PNP in the power. So now Labour in the power, you think they go want you know what you want to say? They go skew everything. But guess why? Guess why it seems so relevant to us? Because you have persons who hold high offices who support the PNP. You have persons who hold high offices, neighbor. You have persons who are tasked with the responsibility of relaying message, of relaying news to a Jamaican population, neighbor. These persons support the PNP. So when you see these persons skew the information now, you tend to believe that the government, no, the good. The government need to come out, come say this. The government need to come out, come say that. No matter what the government come out and say, you're not going to stop Andre Stevens from clicking live tomorrow and talk where you want to talk. You're not going to stop Perry from say where you want to say. I must understand that, neighbor, that politics in Jamaica is totally different. It is totally different. You cannot blame a man, neighbor, when we have unprecedented 3rd term in government, neighbor. So when never be done before in the history of Jamaica. And you got to blame him, say him not good for communication, him not good for this, him not good for that. And him win 3 consecutive elections, back to back to back. Come on, man, guys, man. We have to be real, man. We have to understand that the political landscape in Jamaica is biased. And we must understand that. Don't watch who is talk. Don't watch the narrative that is out there. Look for who is pushing the narrative. Okay? And say to yourself, who talk bad about the government? Oh, I am. It's a PNP that they expect that from him. Of course I expect that from him. We have to understand, neighbor. So the well-thinking Jamaicans, neighbor, who out there, we're protecting say that the 23% neighbor, these persons, neighbor, have the skill, them have the ability, and them have the will, them have every single thing, neighbor, to know what is going on in government, to know right from wrong in government, neighbor. They can dissect information, neighbor, because of their intellectual capacity. They can research, neighbor, because of their intellectual capacity, neighbor, and they have a level of understanding where they can understand what is going on, neighbor. So those people, the 23%, them understand what is called procurement, them understand what is called bureaucracy. The man at the bottom of the table, with PNP a target, him no know nothing about no bureaucracy, him no know nothing about no procurement, and no care how Andrew want to break it down to him no want to hear nothing about that. Because when time him have fee money, and him get fee and him for go spend it, him no procurement, him no bureaucracy. So him no want Andrew want to come tell him nothing about it. And that is what PNP is doing. PNP is feeding on the emotion of them supporters. And we who support the Jamaica Labour Party see PNP do it and tend to believe, say, oh, PNP are lead, because we are hear this, we are hear that, we are hear this, we are hear that. Neighbor, you always hear it. An empty barrel, neighbor, if you pack a barrel and you knock on the side of it, the sound is going to be much more softer than if you knock on the side of an empty barrel, it's going to be much more louder. So you hear the empty barrel and make the noise, and you tend to believe it's of any substance. It is not of any substance. And you don't have to take my word for it that it is not of any substance. The Jamaica Labour Party won 3 consecutive elections. The Jamaica Labour Party last won an election 6 months ago, or more. 6 months ago, the Jamaica Labour Party won an election. But I can't come up here and come tell you, say, the party, nothing in terms of communication. I never tell you, say, the party communication 100%. Nothing is 100%. There's always room for improvement. But I want you to know that the Jamaica Labour Party is led by a prime minister, a leader, neighbor. We have sense. He know the political landscape more than anybody else. He know the political landscape more than enough of we. When they hear us talk. I mean, of course, our voice is relevant, of course. Of course, we play a role to play our part. But we have to understand, neighbor, that persons who are tasked with the responsibility, neighbor, to make the decision, neighbor. These persons know what they are doing, neighbor. These persons know exactly what they are doing. We are a third-term government. Never before in the history of the Jamaica Labour Party we ever win 3 consecutive elections.
Thank you.
I think it's kudos to the government, man.
Thank you, Scratchy. Thank you for that. Moderator.
100% Scratchy. Neighbor, please allow me to welcome our moderator on YouTube, Lifestyle Politics. Please allow her. Lifestyle, please go ahead.
Good day, good night. Good night, everybody. I just wanted to quickly say something. Not anything long tonight. I agree with what Scratchy is saying 100% tonight. Sometimes Scratchy and I are not on the same page. Today, we are on the same page from the beginning of the page to the last full stop. 100%. And I just wanted to highlight, because it appears to me that not a lot of persons understand when Cliff Hughes said what he said that was played by Neighbor and what had happened since. I heard Harry talking, and it appears to me Harry does understand that this is not something that was said this evening on NNN. It was said this morning on NNN. And since there has been a lot of development, the ODPEM boss has come to NNN and has spoken and has cleared up a lot based on what Cliff Hughes said. There's an interview there that he did with Siobhan. So if Neighbor could find that anywhere and cue it up, that would make for interesting listening, because basically we are out here giving information that is behind. Because I see people saying, oh, the JLP should address this and so on. It has been addressed, but apparently it has missed some of us, and so we are still speaking from an ignorant perspective.
Well, I don't know that it is 100% correct to say that that we are speaking from an ignorant perspective, because since I am on here, I have gotten flyers coming out of surrogates pointing to the Auditor General report.
Right, and they will do that. And this is expected.
Yeah, hold on.
You can't stop that.
Hold on. Because remember that Jamaica is suffering from civic illiteracy, and misinformation can hurt the government. There's no question about that. Misinformation can hurt the government. And the government...
that is not a question.
I ask you a question, neighbor. When you saw the flyer, what impact did it have on you? Did you believe it?
No.
Exactly. Exactly, neighbor. That flyer only have impact on who support the PNP, neighbor.
No. It will have impact on persons who are neither PNP nor JLP, who are searching for information, are not able to decipher information and see it as information, because information, in whatever form it comes, is information. It is the receiver of the information. You know, there's a thing they call perception. You know, when you hear something, how your mind interprets it. Now, a trained mind interprets things differently from an untrained mind. Listen to me carefully. There are sufficient people in Jamaica that you can mislead and win government. I know that. There are sufficient people in Jamaica that you can use...
Well, so far they have failed to do that over the last 3 elections. They have failed to do that over the last 3 elections.
Well, you know, Scratchy, the argument could be made that the Labour Party's performance for the 3rd term was such that it surprises many that the PNP did so well. Why? No, we don't have to get into the details here because we don't have a lot of time. And I suspect that there are a lot of people in Jamaica that are misled and can be misled. And you only need to mislead an additional 20,000 and you win power, you know. I think the point needs to be made that government must at all times be aware of the society they are operating in and continue to break down information so that misinformation and disinformation that are not the same thing will not take the type of route that it tends to take in Jamaica.
Can I ask you one more question before I go, neighbor? All right, that flyer that you just showed, neighbor, tomorrow morning now, the government come and keep a press conference, neighbor, and debug everything on that flyer. Does that flyer erase from social media, erase out of people's memory?
What you want to do is to lessen...
No, I'm asking you, does that flyer erase from social media?
No, it doesn't. But what you want to do is to lessen the impact. Scratchy, propaganda is a powerful tool in politics, you know, Scratchy.
Neighbor, propaganda is powerful.
It's a powerful tool, you know.
Neighbor. Yes, neighbor, but propaganda is powerful in anything that you're doing, neighbor.
And especially in a society like ours. And I believe, you know, Scratchy, because we're not at cross purposes here. Because your very argument is what I am not dismissing. What I am suggesting is that if you understand Jamaica, and I think sometimes we give a lot of credit to the society that the society doesn't deserve, you know. You are just admitting that a lot of people in Jamaica are not even concerned about the politics. Now, when they see a flyer with that information, some of them aren't even able to read it, but some of them see the picture and interpret the picture a particular way. It is important that the state always counteracts misinformation and disinformation. You have to give the people a choice, and the choice must be the choice between truth and lies.
Neighbor, it is very difficult, neighbor, for any jurisdiction in the world you there. For the state always counter misinformation. Although Russia, North Korea alone, them things that can be done, neighbor. In a place, neighbor, where you have freedom of press, freedom of expression, freedom of this, freedom of that, it is very difficult for you to control that 100% of the government. As a government, neighbor, the level of misinformation and disinformation that is coming, if you should attack every single one, you won't get nothing done as government. You will spend up your whole electoral time talking about or combating misinformation, disinformation, neighbor. Misinformation.
But why is it scratchy that in the United States, the president's press secretary, he keeps a press conference almost every day? Donald Trump is always in front of the camera. The media is always in the White House, in the Oval Office. Why?
Neighbor, the White House and the United States, the United States itself, neighbor, is built and what do you call neighbor? I'm telling you what I call it now. The United States is built on some level of showmanism, neighbor, and some level of bossism. Because despite whatever is coming from the press conference, neighbor, there's still 1,000 million people in America who are still against Donald Trump and his policies and his programs. Despite every day want to keep a press conference, neighbor. Neighbor, information coming from politicians, information coming from government, neighbor, is taken with some form of bias. You have to understand that information is received with bias, neighbor. That flyer that you showed earlier, that you say you saw it. When you saw it, that's why I asked you what impact did it have on you. You say it didn't have any impact on you. No, neighbor, if someone else see that flyer, any impact that flyer have on them, neighbor, or any belief they have of that flyer, neighbor, it is done, neighbor, because they are in support of the People's National Party.
Yes, Christ. But you know, Jesus Christ was crucified on a lie. Man lost his life because they tell lie on him.
A man that got prison every day because of lie, neighbor. You can't stop that.
But you hold on. Yeah, but that the point is that lies can cost people even their lives. Truth in a democracy must be more dominant than lies. Now we barely have more time. Head Cornerstone, good night.
And neighbor, can we hear from Mr. Vegas, please?
No, Head Cornerstone was here first. Go ahead.
Hey, neighbor, where else?
Oh, is you?
Yeah, man.
Well, I I didn't know that it was the same. It was the same name. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm fine.
I'm here checking out the conversation, you know. And I think both things can be true. I think Scratchy making some great points. But I also agree with some things that Joshua is saying. I was saying. My concern is the Jamaica Labour Party seems like we're always playing defense. It's like I don't think we're preemptive enough. I don't think we're proactive enough. Case in point, the situation with the 1.8% money spent from the donors.
Yes.
Yes, the situation with the 1.8% where them spend from the donors' money, the donations. I think that when the argument was being made the other day about the NaRRA bill, this is something that should have been highlighted as one of the selling points or one of the arguments to go with the conversation that the Jamaica Labour Party was putting forward, why we need NaRRA bill to be passed or implemented. Because now it comes as a surprise to a lot of people. Like, you know, it's just something that, and when you see the headline, it's shocking. If you don't go and look at the details, if you don't get to listen to the commander, to Commander Gale and stuff like that, then you tend to look at the headline and say like, wow, you know, the amount of money that was donated and the people you know, have a roof to fix and some people homeless still, and so that you're going to come away with that. So when Scratchy say when you look at a flyer, what do you feel or what do you infer from that? We're not just talking about us when we have more information than the ordinary man or the ordinary voter. We're talking to people where them see the headline and them see it proliferate all over the place. You look on all the blog sites and you look on all of the outlets, even outlets I see carrying this story. Where's the music outlets, the entertainment outlets, and they're carrying this story? That means the PMP is basically setting up a task force to get across this type of message to the people, and because it hit a nerve.
Yeah, and let me ask you this, Mr. Vega. Is it not correct that I feel that, and I'm not defeating Scratch's argument, it's a very strong argument, but you don't feel that we are vulnerable, that the society in Jamaica is more vulnerable than other societies to misinformation and disinformation, and that this vulnerability can be exploited to the point where it wins the PNP an election?
I'm not sure about them winning an election. I don't want to put that out in the universe. But what I do know is, as you said earlier on, as you alluded to, they did make some inroad. They won back 14 seats out of the seats that they
Is there vulnerability in the population to disinformation and misinformation? Can it have an impact?
That is always going to be the case when you're dealing with people, especially when you're dealing with people who are not, have the intelligence to decipher what is happening. So there's always that in a society when it comes down to politics. Donald Trump used a strategy and got into the White House. So when people say, "Oh, nobody now listen to this and nobody now," and that now have no impact, I don't agree with that. Because what Donald Trump did when he came into politics or when he ran for president, he came with a lot of misinformation and a lot of playing on emotions and all of that stuff. And this is what the PNP has been doing. I think the biggest problem the PNP has, is Mark Golding. I just think Mark Golding, is the people have not have a connection with him. I think that's the biggest problem, and that's why the Jamaica Labour Party will continue to do well against Mark Golding. Yeah. So, but I don't rule out, and throw aside and brush aside the urgency what Joshua talked about. But we need to get the message out there, in the spaces. We need to be more proactive. This thing should not hit us as a surprise, because the government must have been aware of the situation. That this is something that if when the Auditor General reports something like this and they grab it on the headlines and propagate it all over the place, then people are gonna grab it, but put it out there. Why we need the NaRRA bill? Can you imagine that the donations that the people gave to the Jamaican people to look about their business, we cannot even distribute the whatever needs to be distributed because of policies, procurement policies.
In other words, the audit validates the government's argument for a NaRRA.
Right.
Yeah, and you're saying that preemptively this could have been included in the.
I honestly believe that. So when it is not just this alone, neighbor. It's like I've seen other things like, why we never just highlight them things there. It's like knowing a man have a card in his sleeve in a neighbor, and you point it out. So when the card come out, him not get fit do the sleight of hand for you because you point out the card in his sleeve.
Yes.
You understand what I say? Because we know when we know that the media houses them against the Andrew Willis-led administration. We know countless amount of influencers against the administration. We know these things. So what I'm saying is, don't make these things come as a surprise to people. I think this was a chance, an opportunity that was missed. And when Joshua Uso was talking about communication, I think this is one of the things we need to point out. We have to be more preemptive, neighbor. And from there, I kind of, the space, because, politics can be very
you just go war.
Yeah, I just think politics can be very ugly and I can't bother every day I quarrel with people. I try, them type of vibe, because it comes with that. It's very, very toxic. But I think the people that have, were in charge of this area, I think, there must be a conversation. We need to have a conversation of why these things keep on coming at us and we have to play defense. Where the communication there for this. Me should have heard about this already. This should have been used like, we only were able to this and that. But however, we had some materials that was donated, $400 million worth of material was donated, and that is what we are using until we get permission or whatever we're doing with the money where the people have donated to get to that money. But let the people them know. You understand me? I said, don't just leave it up on a little website if that is the case, or leave it up on a little area of the government knows about it. And when it comes to everybody the damage already done.
So address the Auditor General report in context now. Obviously, the PNP is going to spin it to say, hey, they collect the money and the money not spent. And that message, I have no doubt, will resonate with many people in Jamaica. How do you at this time correct that in their minds?
Listen me. It's when a man hungry and want food, neighbor. I don't even know much you can say to the man there, neighbor.
Yeah.
No matter how intelligent you want to be and how articulate you want to be. When a man have no roof on him house and him get a headline like this and him hear like this,
yes.
you may lose that voter.
You may lose that voter.
Hold on. You may lose that voter.
You may lose that voter.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So no matter how we want pretty it up and say we get third term, so scratchy, respect. It sounds like we're comfortable. It's like, yo, we win 3 elections straight and we're good. People them can just take them for granted and we don't have to go forward and do the town hall meetings and we don't have to be in preemptive. We don't have to have the communication task force to counter all of these outlets we're always in attack. We act as if we don't have 28 member of parliament from the PNP in a parliament. And every day they go in there, them put forward lies, them put forward misinformation. Miss Dolly Body, she's a key component when it comes down to that something there. To the share talk about people get tax write-off and them things there. So we have to be very, very careful. We get too comfortable and now realize that these people think that them have 28 people in a government or in a parliament. Them things are basically them are core on the country. Them things are them basically in charge as well. You have to understand that. And we have to be more in attack mode. Mark Golden, them hide the hurricane relief donation the other day, and I want to tell nobody about it. And everybody was just so tight-lipped, and we don't have the communication and that, and press him about it. And with the money they will collect, till the man come tell you same collect flimsy like a 3.9, and it just dead. It just dead. This big political party, this big the political party, man, the political party. I tell me, say them go collect $3.9 million, and it just dead. So, brother, it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's like we're always in a defense. And can you imagine Andrew Willis collect, the JLP collect some money and hide it from the people? Oh, we can't tell them how much, and we have to wait until the end of the year, the end of give an annual report on what we do with the money. And then you come tell the people you collect $3.9 million. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, I understand Joshua energy. I may also understand Scratchy, but we don't want Scratchy get it wrong and think so we must get comfortable because that can be detrimental to the party and to the future of Jamaica. You have to understand that, and don't forget, we missed this thing, this disaster was struck Jamaica. If this had happened before the election, maybe we would have been singing a different tune now.
True.
You have to understand that, So I don't want people to take this thing for granted. Jamaica go through a wicked thing, a wicked disaster, and people are still homeless and people still need it and all of these things. And the best time when people choose to play on people's emotion is when they're in need.
Yes, the fear factor can even push you out of power.
Yeah, man, we cannot take that for granted and realize that we're dealing with a situation where people are suffering. And when these type of headlines, where the conglomerate form, and them set up a task force and them say, okay, so we have something to latch on here too. And why them can latch on to it, Mr. Neighbor? Because we had the information and we know this was we must know so this was, I don't care how smart you are. You must know so them are going to use this against you. So why is it a surprise?
Yeah.
This should have been talked about. And I really, really think we dropped the ball on it, brother. And that is why I wanted to come on and reason about that statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vegas. I really appreciate that. Because you see, I don't think a while ago it was understood what I put forward. Because I mean like the fire. I'm
Yeah,
not
man, I
talking
jump.
about.
Sorry, brother. Man, I jump off. Your neighbor, bless up yourself, yeah?
Take care.
All right, niggas.
All right, cool.
I'm not talking about 1 p.m. Me not talk about we go keep press conference. In my city that I live, whenever there's a bill to do anything, the congressman or the city council member have community meetings to discuss the bill before the bill even go before the city council go debate. You see, politics is warfare. Preemptive strikes save lives in warfare. Preemptive strikes has a place. You have to put enough sensible information out there so that people can understand what it is you're doing. I mean, now come off of this, you know. If it's a dead ass and him now go raise, me now come off of it. Because I know that I am speaking the truth. You tell me something. You in a battle, you in a competition. How does it feel for always come from the back foot? How it feel to always be coming from behind? Did you know that the person who is running from behind have to exert more energy than the person who already a lead? Who's in the race where they are with Ilian? Because Ilian come from back. She have to turn on the big engine. And it is now feared that she injured herself across the line. Do we understand what we're doing? Everything was Scratchy say right, you know. Nothing wrong with Scratchy say. 10 things can be true at the same time. But we have to begin. The Prime Minister himself recognized that the politics in Jamaica needs to change. And he says that he will be leading the charge, changing the way we approach politics in Jamaica. What kind of politics? We need to communicate with the people. But we need a system to do that. Okay, it look like not now. But don't we see the playbook of the PMP already? We don't see them. We don't see what they're up to. So since we know what the PMP are going to do, why don't we preemptively take up the issues, present them all to the people? Okay, Mr. ODPM, man, if you spend the evening on radio, I explain. Say the money never spent because they got a significant amount of donations in material. So then did I use half the material first. So you use up the material instead of you go take money out of money where people donate. You go buy material when material did already. Why this could not be done before? The people them could know this before. No, I am sure that the party have to go play some cleanup when the PMP done with this for the rest of the week going into the weekend. Come on, man, a competition winner. If you come a competition, prepare to compete. Prepare to compete. What kind of nonsense is this? I know I am right. I know I am right. Communicate. Me no mean go out there where everything PMP say you go have a public spot. That's not what I'm talking. We couldn't go talk about that when I am the one who is supporting the Prime Minister remaining silent. Hello. I was the first man who tell Seymour Pantan who much tread make up in brief when they started to attack the Prime Minister. Okay? I supported the fact that the Prime Minister remained silent. Who no know me pious or who no know me yet? Or who just get introduced to me? I led the battles. See Kizzy Paya now, I can ask her. I mean the general will lead the whole of the fight them. Fi cow down the IC. I know what I'm talking about. And we must see it as something important. You can't be in a competition. Hello, if you play football and you're 4 goals down, psychologically you lose already. You think it is if you find 5 goals, you can win one game? You're 4 goals down. Where you find 5, you can win the game. Psychologically, you're done. We have to be realistic. If, again, neighbor, you have always used Lee Kuan Yew, and the people who know me always hear me use Singapore and Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew did not want to run the risk of leaving any loophole for nobody challenge nothing that he wanted to implement. So what did he do? every policy him develop Singapore, he went and meet with the people and discuss it with them. This is what we're planning to do. This is a policy we have developed. This policy is going to do this, and we want you to come with us. This is where we're going to end up. This is the destination. And he carried the people along. And what does that do? It makes it easier to govern. If you are governed, and every minute you have to go stop now because something has spoiled out a road, because it get too bad and you never pay attention to it earlier. And you have to go stop now to fix it up and correct it. Or you have to change the plan in the middle of the plan because you left too much space out there for an opposition to run rings around you. It happened before. We must learn from history. The Prime Minister himself said it after him win September 3rd. This term is not going to do the same thing that he did last term. And he said it clearly. We allowed the misinformation and disinformation to stand too long before we started to push back. Yeah. He said it. And him said so. That means he recognized the danger of it and the damage that it did. We have to be careful. And I am happy that Mr. Vegas come up and support the argument that says we must, yes, Joshua, and we must take it as something important. We are putting forward policy prescriptions for the problems in our country. Bring the people along. Once you get the people involved from the developmental stage of the policy, then it will be easier to govern. But if you left the space, give the PMP, then we're running around you, and the time that you should be spending to govern, you have to go spend that time there, map up and clean up and fix up.
Thank you so much, Protecting Jamaica. Let's hear from Kizzy. Guys, we're gonna have to be a little bit more concise with our responses. I'm running out of time. Kizzy?
Yes, good night, everybody.
Good night to you.
I wasn't here the entire argument. I didn't hear what Scratchy or Joshua said, but based on what Vegas said and what Protecting said, I'm more so Protecting. I am in full agreement with him, 100%. Just today we were on our little live and we were saying the same things. That there's a disconnect in the communication.
Why you call it little live?
Yeah, but you know we keep our little lives every day. I call it the little lives. It's just it's not a comparison or anything, but yes, we do. We have our set people who come and listen. So at the time, maybe 130 people was on the live, and they would have heard us talking about the same thing. The fact is, we cannot always be on the defensive. We cannot always be fighting news headlines. I think the Jamaica Labour Party and by extension the government not utilizing those of us who take from our time daily. They're not using it properly. We're not getting the information. We're always blindsided by headlines. And then sometimes when the headlines come out, it takes so long for us to get any details. It is not until there is public outrage. And
but Kizzy, I thought that you were an insider. How you can get information? How you mean?
No. Neighbor, I would not. If I say I'm not an insider, I would be lying, because I do have access, and I tell the people that this is why I come online all the time and try my best to help and do my little part to educate and to inform those who I think do not have the access that I do. But when the headline,
speaks to what Vegas said though.
Excuse me?
Speak to what Vegas said, that and I think Joshua made a point earlier about communication versus journalism. And what Vegas said was the government ought to know that it will have to answer questions about the money it collects. and that the Auditor General is auditing. She's doing real-time audit. And so this information is going to come out. Why not share with the public that, hey, you know, the money that we collect, we have it, but we collect we collected a lot of materials too. And what we're doing is using that first before we go into the usage of the cash. Why was that not something that you pick up on and preempt? And it's not the Auditor General report that you're preempting, it's the information that you have control over. True.
The thing is we were all watching. I mean, we Jamaicans all over the world, we were amazed about by the outpouring of support that we were getting from private people, corporations, and other countries. So we were seeing in real time, because we got the updates of the donations, neighbor. That was not private, it was all public, right? Every single thing. When a country sent supplies or cash or what, entire Jamaica was watching. We were seeing it, right? So when persons started asking about where is the money, where is the donations, where is this, where is that, you couldn't blame them, and we couldn't say that the country did not receive it, right? So I think, you know, after Melissa, Minister Vaz did such an amazing job. He was the face, front and center, giving us day by day, minute by minute updates. And just like we did during the COVID, where we will get updates at one time, I think the people they didn't even want to hear anymore, because the information was just there in our face, weekly, daily. I think the same thing should have been done with this Melissa and donations, and we wouldn't have this issue now. The AG report wouldn't surprise anybody. Wouldn't take us, the headlines wouldn't take us by surprise.
But I don't think the AG's report is negative towards the government. As a matter of fact,
it is not. It is not, neighbor. It is not negative towards the government, but for the people who send this donation, trusting and putting it in the government's hand. And one of the things is that a lot of persons were discouraging people and saying to them, though the people are not going to get it, who really need the help not going to get it. So to see now that even as far back as money from burial did not reach the people who are most in need, I think it is not a good look on the government. It is not.
But hold on. The Auditor General's real-time audit should not be mischaracterized as evidence of government failure, you know. What the report actually exposes is the inadequacy of Jamaica's existing disaster recovery systems. Systems that were never designed to manage reconstruction at the scale and urgency required after a catastrophic event like Hurricane Melissa. Now, we learned some lessons from COVID, and I don't think that it has been applied effectively. Disaster management requires a different architecture than that of somebody's. Is that yours? Yeah.
No, not me. Something is whistling, but it's not on my end.
Yes. Disaster recovery and response requires a different architecture than the bureaucratic process of government. That is why we formed the Office of Disaster and Emergency Preparedness, ODPEM. But that too can only manage disaster of a particular scale.
True.
If for example, Kissy, Hurricane Melissa had made landfall in St. Catherine or Kingston, it would be a different argument, you know.
Definitely.
How would the government be able to respond when the very institutions of the state are no more? You know what I heard President Bush saying? That's George Bush that 9/11 taught the United States something important, because he could not communicate on Air Force One. He never had telephone service up there. Imagine.
Yes.
The richest country in the world with the most resources ever and the largest army. The president is in Air Force One and can't make a phone call.
Makes no sense.
The command center. I mean, America is under attack, and the president is unable to communicate with the Pentagon. What if Hurricane Melissa had hit Kingston and knocked down all the Digicel sites? Totally put our communication on. What would the Prime Minister do? And Black River is underwater.
It's underwater.
And what is to prevent? What is to prevent in another 5 years or so another hurricane making landfall in St. Catherine or in Kingston? Our oil refinery is flat. Our radio stations can't come in. What would happen? We have to get serious about this discussion, you know. So what the Auditor General is pointing out is that the systems we have are not sufficient to respond to disasters of certain magnitude. We can't even spend the money.
Yes, and you're right on the point. You're right on the point, neighbor. You are 100% correct, because it's not like the need is not there, and the persons who donated, they donated with it in mind. And this is why you had a lot of even Jamaicans were congesting the entire area, because they think if we go and we do it ourselves. And it's the same thing with a lot of the systems in the country from long time. This is why if somebody have an issue, instead of going to the police, they take it in their hands themselves.
Yeah. Think about this, man.
Efficiency.
Yeah, think about this. The needs debate, which we don't talk about that anymore. But to transfer money to people, ma'am, you don't need some verification, you need some ID, you don't need some systems. And people have to be moving from Westmoreland to go to Montego Bay to pick up a check, ma'am, in today's day and age.
Yes.
You're not supposed to get a something on your phone, say the money's in your account, you take a card and go draw it out, ma'am.
Simple.
Neighbor. One question, because I don't understand something, neighbor. The 1.8% of the money that the Auditor General said was spent, neighbor, did the Auditor General also state why is only 1.8% spent?
Well, no, I don't know. Member Harry, can you help me with that?
Does the Auditor General have the power to can tell us why 1.8%? Does he have the power to ask them that why it's only 1.8% spent?
Member Harry? Well, Member Harry seems to be on a break.
Because this is what I was telling you about in the neighbor earlier. Why you see me, neighbor, with a lot of these accountability organizations, neighbor, they just put out statements, neighbor, and the statement is so broad, neighbor, where it can be skewed.
Wait, you remember Market Misa that the minister was responsible. Wait, what did they say? The minister was directly in, but not in the.
How government spending operates, neighbor? We must ask ourselves, you know, this money that was collected from the relief, neighbor. Is this money? Can this money just automatically go be a part of the consolidated fund? Is this money in a different fund? We know how the spending, what kind of account is this money in, so in terms of how the drawdown of this account. Because those are things that we have to take in consideration why these things are happening in the neighbor. Because the hurricane relief money that is being spent right now in the roofs program, that is money that is coming from the budget from the consolidated fund, you know. So this 1.8, this 1.8% that they're talking about, why? I want to know the reason. And the Auditor General, neighbor, in her pronouncement, neighbor, you must come with reason to why. Don't just come tell us 1.8% alone and make it person can say look bad for the government.
But
tell us why.
Scratchy, isn't the donated money? Isn't that the money in question?
Yes.
Yeah, the donation money.
Yeah, exactly. So it is not from the budget.
It is not a part of the consolidated fund. All right. So that's why Mr. Kizzy.
And that is not. I don't think that's the Auditor General's job to come and detail to us what was spent and what the is just to tell us about the money itself. It is on the government. It is on the government to come and break down who get what, where, and how much was spent and why. And Scratchy, if persons
those questions,
if the recovery and the rebuilding process was 90% complete, and we hear that only 1.8 of the money spent, they would say, great, good, right? The government spent the money well and there's reserves left or whatever. But that is not the case, Scratchy. You still have people in shelters. Mind you, a small number of people. But up until last week, Friday, there were still persons in shelters who needed this money, who need to get them lives back together so them can be productive citizens again. And that is where the problem is.
You are saying that Kizzy, that the perception from this is that somehow the government seemed to be dropping the ball in terms of the recovery because it has the money. You don't think that the stronger argument is the architecture in place to spend this money? In other words, the issue. Hold on. In other words, the issue is not an absence of action or commitment by the government. The issue is that the current administrative architecture is just too slow, fragmented, and the procedure heavy to rapidly convert available funds into completed recovery projects. And I make one more point before you come in, because under Hurricane Ivan, the government was broke, had no money to give the people. Under Melissa, although the magnitude of the disaster is so vast, the government is in a better position to help the people. And as I see Casey suggesting over on YouTube that she said, when I listen here, it sounds like people weren't being helped. 67 billion has been spent, which is more than what was donated. Shouldn't we balance the argument, Kizzy? Because we have to be careful that we do not give the impression that people are not receiving assistance.
Exactly. That is my point.
Neighbor.
But neighbor, we are not giving any impression. Nobody is saying, listen, one of my greatest things is to say to persons that today I said, I am happy that we are not having an argument of missing funds.
Well,
the funds are there. I am happy that is good money management or supplies management taking place, right? I am very proud of that. But at the end of the day, neighbor, the Jamaica turned out to the people and the people poured out and were very supportive, right? It cannot be, neighbor, that even funds from burial, when you go into these areas where there are persons who need help and need to get their lives back to some sort of normalcy, and they have minor complaints, some of them are not, neighbor, minor complaints, and then you know that there are these funds there that.
But what happened to their local representative, their councillors and their members of parliament? Because central government is not the. What happened to the local members of parliament? Didn't they get funds, emergency funds to help these people? Let me go to Joshua. Joshua, you want to come in?
Yes, sir. Kizzy, good night. It's good to see you. I think I don't want the discussion to be lost. There are two things, and one of them you just asked. The PNP's representative either don't seem to know what their roles and responsibilities are, and so I have zero faith in them. But I believe that it's full time that we try to educate the person, and this is one of the things that I'm trying to mention when I talk about communication. When we have a robust communication campaign, that people understand what is the role and responsibility of your MP is. Simple.
Yeah.
Right? That's part of the communication strategy.
You are correct. The discussions seem to be always narrow.
Right. So if people understand what the role and the responsibilities of the MPs are, then the PNP are less likely to get away with the lies about the government not doing this and the government not doing that. In addition to that, the 30 million that each of these MPs got from the government, yet they're trying to spill the information that they didn't get. If weekly press conferences were being held designated for such a purpose, as was done during COVID, then the PNP couldn't get away with that lie, right? In addition to that, the general communication, as Mr. Vega stated, and I'm glad that he came, and protecting whether you're gone there or not, I actually made some bullet points. I planned to go there. So we were basically in the same room, right? The whole matter of the audit, as Mr. Vega stated, and I think Kizzy alluded to it, this shouldn't have been something that we have to be defending now. We should have actually brought it to Parliament and to say, hey, here's a clear example of why NaRRA is needed, right? So people begin to have an understanding. And when we talk about communication, we're not talking about those who are committed already. Not even JLP or PNP, even though it's important that the JLP get it, so that when we are on our process of educating, we share the information with others. We are talking about persons who either are not interested in politics or they are not aligned to any specific party. And even those who are aligned to party, but they need to get the information. It's important that they understand that this is what the government is doing for you so that we don't have to be defending, right? Another thing that I want to mention quickly, which is not
before you
direct.
come in, sir, because Chops has been waiting and he says he needs to go.
Sure.
Hold on there, Jaffa. Good
Sure.
night to you, Chops Media. Chops Media. Oh, boy. And I see Kimmy has jumped off too. Guys, I'm sorry for the long wait sometimes. Just about
Big Chop seems to be in tea time, neighbor. He seems to be distracted. He either is on a phone call or something.
all right. Kingo?
Yeah, man. Night, everybody.
Yes, Kingo.
Good night, sir.
I just want to say my little 2 cents. I'm not a fluent speaker like everybody, but I just want to say my 2 cents. It's like
it's fluent speakers always start out like this, man. Come on.
It's like playing for a big team, like Arsenal. But you're on the bench, you're not getting any game, but you're proud of your side, guys. You know you're gonna win.
You're proud to be on the bench with Joshua and protecting that scratchy.
I tell you, man, guys.
Oh boy.
And remember Harry. Yes, I understand.
But let me say this, neighbor, man. I share the same sentiments as Preemptive and Joshua. And I have been saying this a long time. From even before this. The powers at be, honestly, I think they need to do something about information. Because information is key, neighbor. And I just want to finish, because as I said, I won't be long, by saying 2 things. Comfortable and complacency. That's a big deal. And if we drop the ball on that, trust me, we're going to be in for some rocky times. Believe me. Protecting, I heard you said, you're playing a game of football and you're down 4-0. And I want everybody to understand this.
You don't lose.
In your mind, every player on that bench or everybody in that dressing room, in their mind, it's hard to come back from 4-0 down. Hard. So the powers that be, I'm just asking if you're listening. Information, even to the common people on the ground. And we are make the PMP them get away too much. I'm just want to big up everybody. I'm proud of everybody. Salute.
Before Chops come in, neighbor, before Chops come back, you see the information shared by the Director General of ADPEM this evening, neighbor?
Yes.
That is information that should have been shared weeks ago. Where him say, we're waiting, we request from the ministry to regularize the funds because the funds cannot be spent. How many Jamaicans knew that before? A matter of fact, this should have come in at the Parliament.
From the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, the funds are collected, but unless by law, this or that is done by the Ministry of Finance, the funds cannot just be spent.
But protecting the people don't care about that either,
The They don't need to care about it, but you're giving an update, relaying information that the people wouldn't know. That the people know, say the money is there, money is being spent, but you wait till one report come out now. What do you think the people, okay, they're going to care about it now, neighbor. What are they going to care about it in what context? In a negative context.
Yeah, you
because
get on.
no, you gotta tell them, say I wait from Ministry of Finance because the money couldn't just spend so. You know, don't get bad already. Tell them from before.
Yeah.
That's all me saying. No, share information, make people do with information and scratches say what they choose to do with it, but then can't say you never give them the information.
But that requires a strategy, though. Protecting and
develop the strategy and use
that is what we're talking about, neighbor. The strategy.
Yeah.
Develop a strategy and find the right strategy. That's not my concern. My concern is give me information. I will choose to do with it what I choose to do with it. Give me the information.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get Mr. Chops now. Good night to you, my friend Chops. Hello.
Greetings, neighbor.
Ever since you start going over to big talk shows in the days, you stop coming here.
No man, I've been here all the time.
well, I hear you with the. But anyway, how are you doing, sir?
Sometimes I have to give the big players on the field pace to play. You know, the Joshuas and the Scratches, and you have to back up and yield.
You know.
Yeah. But Chops, you've been listening.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I was listening to the discussion. The report coming out of the Auditor General.
Yes.
And I looked into it because, like what you are saying, I am in total agreement that it really highlights the deficiency in the systems of governance. And that is really what it is highlighting. I'm sort of happy that is the discussion, because in previous dispensation, it would have been a different discussion. It would have been missing funds, missing material, zinc. In 1988, during Gilbert, the discussion would have been a different case. It would have been that zinc were being distributed to hardware, and the poor Jamaicans who were in need weren't receiving the assistance. Now, today, it is a different case. It's a case where assistance are being rendered, but it is not fast enough. It is not moving through the bureaucracy with the sort of speed and alacrity that is needed to get the desired result. So it really highlights the deficiency in the systems of governance.
Which supports the NaRRA bit.
Yes, and exactly. And that is why I am saying to you that the blame need to be placed squarely at the feet of the opposition, who consistently position themselves to go against the solution to some of these problems. And the government on a whole, both government and opposition, need to take some really drastic action now in moving the process forward. Heads of agency also have a responsibility to publicly disregard some of the things that are holding them back. If it is that I were in charge of, or the head of an agency, for example, an agency that has to do with implementing some of the systems to benefit people during this time, and I know of a fact that we have the resources to get the job done. People are suffering out there, but because of the bureaucracy, I can't move. I'm going to get it done. I'm going to circumvent the system publicly. I'm going to challenge the status quo. And that's what I think that some of these head of agencies need to do. Stop. We all agree. I think every single Jamaican today will agree that we're not living in a time where there is constant corruption and pilferage of government money. We're not living in that period anymore where there is this consistent pilferage. I'm not saying here that the system is pure and clean. and everybody out there is all honest. But the level of corruption doesn't exist, neighbor. And some of the systems that we have in place were put in place at a time when we were inherently corrupt. I keep repeating the same thing over and over.
It's like Jamaica needs to start taking down some of the grills. So from that they used to they put up because the crime situation was so bad.
Exactly.
Yeah, and some of these bureaucracy needs to start be taken off because the system is better.
And the only person can do that because of the polarized political landscape that we exist in. The only persons that can do that are the head of agencies who allow the bureaucracy to prevent them from getting their job done. And because they can use it as an excuse and get by, they do it. I think that the head of agencies need to start publicly defy these rules and get on with the business of getting the job done because they're not criminals. As long as they document the process by which they come to their conclusion, go there, engage contractors, get the job done, and move on. To hell with whomever want to come behind you and write a report. Because as long as the report will say that you did not follow the procedure, however, you got the job done. And it was on time, it was within budget, there's no missing funds, to hell with the process. Because we can now conclude that the process has held Jamaica back. The process that we have in place now, there's no question about it being an albatross around the neck of Jamaica. And it is holding us back.
So Morgan is right. Morgan is right, Chops, that the government, in recognizing that post-disaster reconstruction cannot operate under business as usual bureaucracy, that the Auditor General report reinforces that position by showing in real time how procedural constraints slows delivery even when resources are available. That's the point here.
And that is the, listen man, that is the crux of it. That is where the rubber hits the road, and that is the discussion. That needs to be the discussion throughout social media and all over.
And I believe that the government must position this debate in that respect right at this moment. The debate needs to shift to this report to show Jamaica that this is not a government thing. I know we are telling you something now. Here is an quote unquote independent auditor who come in, look at it and say, if we don't fix this system, the reconstruction is going to be delayed. That's the argument.
And that is why the NaRRA bill is important. And that is why we should now pivot the conversation back to the NaRRA bill and point out that the opposition is not a part of the solution to these issues. They are
a part of the problem. As a matter of fact, Chops Media, the no against NaRRA becomes increasingly difficult to defend in light of this report, in light of the Auditor General report. It is very difficult now for the opposition to defend their no vote, because if the current systems are demonstrably delaying the expenditure of critical recovery funds, then opposing the very mechanism intended to fix it means that you are delaying, you are supporting inefficiency.
And that is where and that's why I was saying it to Kizzy and others. Was it Kizzy? I think it was Kizzy was there the other day. I was talking to some guys about the same thing. And I keep saying to them that, look, here is where the discussion needs to be. It's not about what government could have done and provided the information. Yes, we know that. But that is really not the crux of the matter,
Well, the Auditor General reports shift the discussion in favor of the government. That's my view.
And you're 100% correct.
In a very big way. In a very big way.
And that is where, neighbor, the discussion must be had. We must point out that we are living in a country where these systems of governance were put in place at a time when we had significant more corruption than we have today. a lot of the things that we have, a lot of the steps, a lot of the bureaucracy that exists, we don't need them today. The opposition is not in favor of removing the bureaucracy.
My goodness, sir, it's almost a silver bullet, because I can tell you something, that the government now have evidence that suggests that recovery efforts will continue to be constrained by the systemic inefficiencies of the system. The government have evidence. The government must use this opportunity to build their case against the no vote of the PNP. Fantastic opportunity.
If you go back to COVID and the report that was presented by the said Auditor General on the Ministry of Health, where they pointed out that the Ministry of Health went into agreement with several hotels and other agencies, right, without following the proper procedure. It tells you that something is wrong. Now, COVID was something that actually put the entire world on pause, right? Stop everything that we're doing.
And many governments could not respond.
But when the country had Jamaicans on a cruise ship out at sea trying to get off to come into the country, and we had to quarantine those persons in hotels, and the Auditor General report at the time was pointing out to us that we needed to follow a procurement procedure which could take up to 3, 4, 5, up to 6 months to get that process through. We should follow that process in responding to a global crisis like COVID. So I'm not even looking at what the report for today and the report based on Melissa or even the other hurricane before. I'm going way back to COVID. We knew that the bureaucracy was a problem. The Auditor General report on COVID, specifically to the Ministry of Health, pointed out that bureaucracy was an issue and we were not ready to respond. That's why when Dr. Tufton and Dunstan, Brian, the permanent secretary, they did what they needed to do. They did not sit on their laurels and wait and say, well, we have to follow the process because we don't want our names to be on some Gleaner headline saying that, we did not respond adequately. They did what needed to be done.
Minister Vaz did the same thing too.
Yes, sir. Because that's what I'm saying to you, that head of agencies and ministers who have some powers need to start, and I say it in no other term, disregard some of these processes and get on with getting the job done, getting services and assistance to the people of Jamaica. Because there's no reason for us to not give the service to people. We have the resources and then come with an excuse to say, well, because of the bureaucracy, we can't get it done. Jamaican people must reject that now and say, look, man, you either fix the bureaucracy forthwith or you circumvent it and get the job done.
What a fantastic opportunity for the government to start that discussion, Chops. What a great opportunity.
Perfectly placed. Perfectly
placed. I tell you, if ever they wanted help in their communication,
this was a gift.
It's a
and
gift.
People look at, and that's what I'm saying to you, neighbor. I don't wish to interrupt you, but again, it shows the level of thinking, because the average person on social media, and it's unfortunate I have to say it, but the average supporter on social media will want to look at the Auditor General's report in a negative light. I've heard them with the discussion.
That's unfortunate.
Why the Auditor General have to do this now? Why this, why that? And I'm saying to you, but you can't even see that what the Auditor General has done is strengthen the JLP's position on the whole NaRRA bill and other bills.
Magnificently so, sir. Absolutely correct. You know? Absolutely correct. I tell you, well, you can help, Chops. You can help, I'm sure.
Well, we try to put our input as much as we can, and I hope we can at least give some guidance on as how to think about these things, because not everybody think about it the way we think about it. Some people think about it in a different way, and I guess when we put everything together, we can understand. I try to see the glass most times as half full rather than half empty.
This is not an issue, sir. It is not the absence of action or commitment by the government. That is not in it. The issue is that the current administrative architecture is just too damn slow. That's it.
I sent a piece in the newspaper, in the Gleaner, for a few days now, when the Auditor General's report came out. And of course, the Gleaner has not published it yet. I'm hoping that they will. And it is the same position I took in that piece, in looking at it from the perspective of a positive report that highlights the deficiencies in the systems of governance, not necessarily government itself, because government has the resources and government want to do the job, but the system, they're hamstrung on moving forward.
I agree with Scratchy earlier, that eventually, Scratch, there are going to be more Jamaican on the side of truth than those on the side of lie. I agree with that. I don't think the propaganda is going to win. Not going to win.
Anybody who believes otherwise, neighbor, they're betting against Jamaica. I sent you something a couple days ago of a gentleman who, one of the Nazi leaders way back in the time. He was Chancellor for Germany for a short period of time. And he is touted as being responsible for that phrase that says, you repeat a lie long enough, it becomes true. And using propaganda as a tool to manipulate political environment. And what you're finding, neighbor, is exactly what the PNP has been doing. Is using political propaganda and manipulation to sway the minds of people. Because there are some issues, neighbor, that really and truly, you shouldn't even insert politics in it. And a natural disaster, a national disaster of the magnitude of Melissa, that should not require any political maneuvering. NaRRA, we know, the opposition know that bureaucracy is a problem in this country. They operate under the same system. The members of parliament who represents the PNP, they know that when the CDF comes to them, they know the difficulty in getting assistance to persons. They know that when somebody comes to the constituency office and seek assistance, a letter has to be written. It has to go to the implementing agency. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks for the checks to come back. They know these things. So there shouldn't be any politics in agreeing that we have to fix that problem. Let me tell you something. Bureaucracy is the biggest threat to Jamaica's development.
Quite so.
Jamaica could have been at least 50% further than we are today had it not been for unnecessary bureaucracy.
And
we can't even spend the budget, the regular budget.
I think we should commend the Prime Minister for recognizing this problem and attempting to fix it. He deserves full support.
Full support. The regular budget that is tabled every year, neighbor.
I know.
We have
the capital budget money.
That budget for the last 20 years.
Money go back every year,
sir.
Never. Can't spend
money
the capital
have to go back
money.
every year.
Yeah.
The whole country will develop. If you can't spend the regular budget, how is it that you're going to spend this additional funding now that is here to build the country, to build?
I understand that the Ministry of Justice wants to buy a laptop and can't even buy it.
Can't buy it, man. The only time people get things done is people like Darrell Vaz who just simply say, look, we don't get it done. I don't care what anybody wants to say. And not to mention unions. Not to mention unions. Listen. No union own a building in Jamaica. Unions don't own a single building block in this country. Union and barring none. And I can say publicly, I'm not a union guy. Union don't contribute to the development of this country.
Yeah, that is why when we make comparisons with Singapore, we have to bring all of these things into the discussion because
neighbor, you ever gamble? You ever play card, man?
No, sir.
Let me tell you something. Ask anybody in the chat, they'll tell you. When you have a gambling house, you have a man who you call a less man. him draw what is called less. So every 6 game, him take up a set. So if we play that game of cards and we're paying $10 per set, and it's 10 of us, every 6 game, him take out $10. Take out 1 set. Well, if you start gambling from 6 o'clock in the evening until 1 o'clock in the night, the only winner in that game is the less man, you know. Because at some point, you can broke the game because he's losing nothing. Him only a take from the game. Him not losing a penny because every 6 game, him guaranteed to take out 1 set. Right? So you put that into the mix, and you will understand what I'm saying.
Well, thank you, Chops. We could pick this up. We could pick this up tomorrow. To be a fascinating discussion.
I will, no problem.
All right. I choose Jamaica. Go in. I choose. Hello. Good night, sir.
Good night, Chapo. Yeah, good night, neighbor.
I'm fine. Hi, sir. How you doing?
It's been after election. We haven't spoken again. I'm good. I was listening in, and I was listening to Chopper as he raised some of the point. He would have touched on some things that I had in mind, but in a different way, but effective. We can't continue the same way. We are now, this is the 3rd term, and everybody was already convinced that this is gonna be the ready, set, go moment for the wholeness administration, which all would agree that it is. But I don't know. What do you think about the government setting up a position for a press secretary?
For a press secretary, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you remember that the Prime Minister had a press secretary. Naomi Francis was the press secretary. I think she left the government. But and I think that all of the ministers and ministries have public relations, budget, and personnel, sir. I think the government at this time ought to have focused a little bit more information. Right now, the Minister of Information is the information person. So if you notice, but then she have Rhoda Moy and Marlon Morgan with her. So that is traded. Now, if I were the minister, I would give Rhoda information or Marlon. And I would say to them, hey, you make sure that every other day or every day you face the media, you spend time on various platforms and just carry the message of the government. That's what I would do. But I think that for the ministers to straddle information with the education ministry is a huge ministry also.
Exactly.
Think about the region. Think about the regions. Think about the regions. I tell you the truth.
Neighbor, I believe that her plate is very heavy.
It's a huge ministry. Not to mention having to deal with the Jamaica, the JTA. You know how many schools are in Jamaica, sir, plus Heart?
Yes, it's a lot. It's a lot, and I think that is why
I hate to cut you, but the minister also have to deal with youth, the youth portfolio, sir. That's the CPFSA with almost 50 children's home.
So she's a senator.
And she's a senator.
It's way too much. I'm not saying that. I would never say that she's not managing it well. However, we have to be honest. And one of the things that I often say, neighbor, is that, listen, I am not afraid to criticize the government that I support because I supported them. I was a PNP, just like many people who cross the floor. And I come from a PNP background of both sides, mother and father. But it was Dr. Holness who taught me politics. It was him who I followed. It was his philosophies. It was his speeches that I listened to that helped me to see that there is something better. There is good in Jamaica. He helped me to see the vision of what Jamaica can become. And here I am today, voted for him twice. So I want to see the transformation that he envisioned and sell to us at every budget did it come to life. And I'm seeing it coming to life. But there are so many guardrails that is being placed in the way where it is causing people to trip and stumble. And while we're seeing hospitals being built, schools being built, while we're seeing buffers in the economy, there are the real issues that people face on a day-to-day basis. And these are the things that the bureaucracy and the procurement guidelines are standing in the way of. And I agree squarely with Chopper. I think we should get to the point where Jamaicans start to put pressure on our government to say, listen, we need what you promise and we need it. We don't need excuses. And that is why I say this. Do not be afraid to put pressure on the government you support because you love them, because they are the ones you vote for. We must demand, we must make demand of them. We must make Andrew go in bed and can't sleep because
no, sir, you want the Prime Minister get a little sleep, man. Come on.
Yeah, man, but you know me attack, man. I don't mean literally. But we he must feel our hands pressing in his back. And he can remember that, okay, all right, so the water issue, the housing issue. And yes, they are being done. You know, they are being dealt with. But what about the people who have, you know, for example, for myself, who, you know, I have roads in my constituency that needs to be fixed. I know that the provision have been made, but the process, neighbor, it is just too slow. What do you tell the man that is driving, who chop a tire in a pothole? I mean, you're gonna tell him that the road is on the spark program, but you don't know when it's gonna be attended to. We can't do that.
You're true. You're right, sir. You're right.
That is what I'm saying. We must not be afraid to come out here and give constructive criticism as we are doing now. And I think when we start to press a little harder, you know, they will fully understand that, listen, all right, they are closing in on us and we need to make some hard decisions. And I think that is not being done as yet. And so while they are working, they're still too comfortable telling Jamaicans that there's the bureaucracy. There's gonna become a time when Jamaicans are gonna be fed up and say, listen, we do not want to hear the excuses.
It's like you live with a woman, son, and keep promising her you're going to marry her.
Yes.
Yeah, after that time, she gone.
It's funny you said that, you know, I saw this video on TikTok where the guy, the girlfriend was coming in the door with 4 kids, and he was there on his knees with a ring. So she took the ring and put it on her finger and just lead the kids past him. And the caption says, after delivering 4 kids, you finally decide to propose. so yes, you know, so that is what I'm saying. There's so much that needs to be done, neighbor. Our laws need amendment of the way we do business.
Let's go in for it, sir. Listen, let's go. This hurricane, Melissa, has given us an opportunity, and if we seize it, if we take it with both hands, we can build a great country. Let's go in for it, eh?
Yes, and in
nothing,
short,
nothing should be off the table right now.
Nothing.
Let's pull the whole thing up, mash it up, start over again. Yeah. We have to get it right.
And in closing, I just think, in my opinion, if I was Dr. Wholeness in all of this, I would get more assertive. I would get more assertive in going in hard. Yes, there are gonna be some backlash and criticism, but I mean, you're the leader, and as long as you know that you're not doing anything wrong, and when the dust settles, nobody can point finger at you to say that, you know, this is missing or that is missing. Then you should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, other leaders do it. So why can't you try? Why can't you pursue that?
Fantastic intervention. I've got to leave it there, though, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna give everybody else a closing comment. Maybe 1.5 minutes. Starting with you, Kizzy. Kizzy Don.
Yes, well, yes, neighbor. Thanks for the opportunity.
Not a problem.
You know, I am just here to also agree with what Chapa said, and I choose you just said everything perfectly. Sometimes because we are here in this space and we are known labor rights, we support the government, we defend the government. When we choose to say, hey, this is not working, or this is not going as it should, or this is not what we were expecting, persons tend to think from within the space that we are attacking our own, and we somehow don't understand, and that always confuses me, because it can't be that you now would think that we who fight the fight for this third term and has been supporting this government since day one, not last week, but since day one, now suddenly have an issue. We have no issues with the Prime Minister. We know he's doing his best. Our critique is constructive. It is not to tear down or to give PNP talking points. But the Prime Minister himself said that he don't need opposition because he knows that we will keep him accountable, right? So, guys, all we are saying is, I for one, all I am saying is I don't like to always be on the defensive. The information is available. Give it to us. Come to us first. You are in government. Lead. And the excuses and this and that, we know when the government wants to achieve something, they can get it done. Don't tell us about long this, long that. You are in government. You have the power. Make the necessary changes. Get it done. And then we won't have to talk about procurement issues and under review and this and that and this system not working. It sounds like a broken record. And at some point, people will not want to hear it no more. And we are saying this now before it becomes damage that it gone too far. And that's my final word, neighbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kizzy. Talk to my moderator. You need to come back again here.
Man, she always invites me, you know. Yeah. Caroline is. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. All right. Let's see now. Let's go to Joshua. Closing line.
Thank you, sir. I want to be very brief, but you know, when we talk in this space, Kizzy and a few of us, we have known each other many years now. We have been on the battlefield for the longest while. Our intent is really not to blame the PM. In fact, we believe that the PM is doing a stellar job. And neither are we trying to bash the communication system. That's not the intent. It's really to point out a weakness that needs addressing. And also to say that we're here to support the communication initiative. And we're offering ourselves. And if we're offering ourselves, at least have a conversation with us and say, hey, here is where you fall within the scheme of things. Having said that, I think it's also unfair to the PM to be leading the country, coordinating the team, meeting with international leaders, and then having to come back to try and win an election for us after we are coming from behind the eighth ball, right? So we're saying don't put the PM under so much pressure. Yes, we trust him, but he's already overworked as it is. Do not put him under that pressure. If we keep the lines of communication open, then what it does, it keeps you abreast of the development in government and the things that are there for them to know in advance. And if they know it in advance, when the PNP come out with their lies, it will almost be null and void because persons were already aware of the information that exists. Uh, and having said that, we're looking forward to going forward and the changes that will be made for the greater good of the country. I think this Auditor General's report is really the catalyst for something bigger. And as you have rightly stated, neighbor, that it is there to strengthen the position for the need for NaRRA. I don't think that's what the Auditor General was intending. But in no uncertain term, it points out the need for NaRRA and it silences, in a nutshell, the PNP's position. It will not silence the PNP themselves, but it silences their position. And I would want to ask the PNP, what excuse do you have and did you have for saying that you support something such as the NaRRA bill, yet you demonstrated differently by voting against the bill in spite of the safeguards that are in place, right? And I believe Jamaicans should, as I stated a few days before, put the PNP on trial because they have a case to answer for
I think
voting
so too.
against for voting against their relief and the forward movement and the further development of Jamaica. Having said that, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Nemo, the rest of the panelists, the listeners, current and those to come, and the beautiful moderators. And
Excellent.
yes.
Thank you so much,
Hello.
Josh. Protecting, you have the final word before Member Harry closes us out.
We are experiencing a kind of rise that we have never experienced before, especially after Melissa. Jamaica is experiencing a resurgence, but it is not going to be a resurgence that shows us after it is complete what existed before. It is going to be something that shows us what we can become, and it is going to be a situation where for the future we can be hopeful. Now, I hold the positions I hold, I take the positions I take. For me, some of the positions are strategic, and I hold true to a lot of the positions that I have put forward because I know the end result or what is going to happen, what everything is going to work out to be. Oftentimes I do. The government listens. The government has a leader, the party has a leader who listens. The party has a leader who is not afraid of criticism because the criticisms highlight the words on the ground, the thinking of the man in the street. And he appreciates that. I, tonight, know for sure that over the next few weeks, communication is going to be ramped up and more information is going to come to the fore. Yes, I'm a little disappointed when communications are lacking information, especially information shared today, this afternoon, should have been shared weeks ago. We're a little bit lagging behind.
But the people of Jamaica, I believe, as Scratchy said earlier, those who already love Andrew Holness not going to love him any less. And the idiots that follow the PNP not going to follow them any less. They're still going to follow them over a precipice. Jamaica needs discussions like these. The discussions that we have on Hello Neighbor, on Kizzy's Live, on my live when I go live, and the others. And strange enough, Jamaica needs the idiots, the PMP them too. Some of them want to know A from Bullfoot. Because there needs to be a separation of those who make sense and those who really make sense. At the end of the day, people, the government is on a path that is going to take us where we should have been at least 20, 30 years ago. We're going to get there. There is a vision 2030, and even though we're not going to meet some of the benchmarks, we're going to get there. Jamaica is rising. Jamaica is changing. Jamaica is improving. Jamaica is developing. Yes, Melissa is a spoke, is a stick in the spoke. But this situation is going to create a very wonderful opportunity for Andrew Holness to get some things done that he needs to get done. No, we are going to win. We are going to win. We are going to win, and we are going to win big. I am hopeful. Yes, man, because the party, and sometimes the party asleep, but I am still hopeful. The party listens, the Prime Minister listens, the government listens, and we are winning. We're not going to lose, but I want the people to continue to pay attention. And as I chose Jamaica said earlier, the Prime Minister is expecting us to keep him accountable, to keep his feet to the fire. And as much as I can, I will do that. Why? He that the Lord loveth, he chasteneth. I love my Prime Minister. I love the JLP, and I love my government. And as long as I can add a voice to the discussion, if I even feel help them to wake up, to smell the coffee, smell the roses, whatever it is, I'm going to put my perspective out there. We will get to the other side of this, people. NaRRA is going to come and stream. The buildings are going to go up. People's lives will go back to normal. The money will be spent. And there is not going to be any corruption to write or read home about. We will get to the other side. Just remain hopeful, but also remain tactful. And whenever there is a reason to call out the government and wake them up, we should. Good night, all true patriots. Good night, neighbor. Take care of yourself.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Great program. Member Harry, please wrap this up for us.
Yes, Mr. President.
By the way, Member Harry, I understand that Member Caroline is giving you problems. I see you're going to report her to HR.
Well, I might reconsider, neighbor, because that doesn't sound like punishment to me. You probably have to give her extra hours.
What is she doing there, sir?
Neighbor, she abused me, neighbor. She run me up a TikTok and beat me up.
She is abusing you, sir?
Yes, neighbor. So if you go over YouTube,
but you can't take that. We can't take abusing the team, man. Have you reported it? Have you reported it to the HR department?
I go into HR, neighbor, but it's so like she want me to go to HR long time, you know.
No, let her get at least a warning letter. At least a warning letter, please.
And right now, may I reconsider because I don't know if HR corrupt in a neighbor.
What? Who corrupt? Who corrupt HR? You mean you're reporting the HR manager to the HR manager?
Of course, neighbor. I think we need an oversight, you know.
Yes, you have to appeal it. But it was a good different program tonight, yeah?
It was, neighbor. It was a lot to take in as well. It shows that the discussion, you know, conversations that matter tonight really showed not that persons are just listening, but persons came up and they shared their views. And it also shows that the report from the Auditor General, neighbor, has sparked some fire under the people of Jamaica, to want to know more, want to understand why this is the way it is. And, because they also have all full backing of the government in its entirety, but they still want to know and to highlight the fact that we're seeing these inefficiencies, we're seeing these delays and things that are prohibiting us. And the solution that was put forward weeks ago, we still want to know why the opposition still don't think that is the solution. And it's clear and evident. But I know there's a lot to cover in this for sure. So I'll say to everybody, stay tuned. I get to understand you're not going to be on tomorrow morning, so you need all the rest in the neighbor. Because tonight was extended hours.
Well, I get no overtime pay. I tell you the truth, I get no overtime pay. It's a cruelty, you know. So I don't know. I I don't know how long I can keep working for this company, you know.
Neighbor, that's why we need to go down at HR.
Yeah, I don't know how long I can keep working for this company, because you do overtime, they don't give you no extra money. Then they just it's a problem, man. I don't know how long I'm going to work with this company at all. Yeah. Anyway,
but it was a fruitful night of conversation tonight. I love it. Persons from different walks of life, experiences, perspectives as well. Tonight became a melting pot of perspectives, and I love to see that, neighbor.
Yeah.
It shows that we are maturing as a society.
Yeah.
To have discussions like this, and we don't get any expletives, we don't get any shoutings, we don't get the usual things that are associated when things get it is not 100% on everybody's side.
Remember Scratchy was in his element tonight, man.
He was reeling off, my neighbor. But tonight also shows a good example of democracy, neighbor.
Yes.
This is how it is done, not yes. What we saw in Parliament where we oppose because we cannot vote.
And no one took up the mace.
So it's a good one. A very eventful week to come, because we're still in the middle of the week, still very much young. We want to also see how this story develops, how the people of Jamaica take it, what are their perspectives, and of course we will hear a lot more as more information is disseminated and put out for the people of Jamaica. But it's been a long night. And YouTubers, I haven't forgotten you. I don't want to miss no too long, so I'll be back very soon. I won't tell you the date and time, but I'll be back. Until then, though, I do hope you all tell a friend to tell a friend, and have that friend tell a friend. Let's have a meeting where these conversations matter. Like, share, and subscribe the Politics Plus Network, the Hello Neighbor Show, and let us grow those numbers so our conversations can reach new ears and new leaps and bounds. As it for TikTok, I leave it up to Neighbor to close you guys out. I just came to pay a visit. So have a great night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow as well, and take a good one.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Member Harry. Well, Shafreen, YouTube, thank you so much for staying with us tonight. Catch you tomorrow, and please remember to visit the merch store and pick up something from over there. Also, remember to subscribe to the Hello Neighbor Show. Turn on your notifications so that you know when we come on, and join the membership for some nice perks. Merch are now available. All right. Please remember, we have some special podcasts that are exclusive to our members. And if you want to get those, you have to make sure that you join the membership team. We have some fantastic news for you from that end. Take care, YouTube, and catch you tomorrow. Thank you so much.